national anthem. Please be seated. It is exactly 365 days when we had our symposium here. And the Lord is good because we are back and we are going to celebrate our Research Week with the College of Education and Leadership. This morning, we are going to have our devotion as a part of this symposium. And I want to introduce our speaker. Our speaker is Mr. Mark Garland. He is a proud citizen of the beautiful, by nature Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Garland is a teacher by profession and has worked in the education section for over 20 years. Mr. Garland is a proud alumnus of St. John's College in Nassau, Bahamas, the Miko Teachers College University in Kingston, Jamaica, and the University of Leicester in the United Kingdom. He is also a member of the Northern Caribbean University Board of Governors, Education Director for the Turks and Caicos Islands Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, and he is currently employed full-time as the Director of Education in the Ministry of Education in Turks and Caicos Islands. Mr. Garland is currently a student at the Northern Caribbean University, pursuing a Doctor of Philosophy in Education program of studies with a specialization in leadership. He's a father of 4 wonderful children, and he's married to the love of his life, Miss Kayan Smith Garland. Mr. Garland enjoys spending time with family, Bible study, fishing, playing, and watching sports, and socializing with friends. Mr. Garland has 2 prominent passions, one for Jamaican food and the other for writing poems and short stories, and he and his adorable wife are currently in the process of producing a book of short stories for children. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to present to you our devotional speaker, Mr. Mark Garland.
Good morning and welcome to our Research Week 2025. The task is mine to lead us through the devotional exercise for today, and it is indeed a privilege for me to do so. Before we go into our devotions this morning, I would just say a brief word of prayer. Please pray with me. Heavenly Father, we are so grateful for the opportunity to assemble on this platform. So grateful for the opportunity to learn and to share and to collaborate as colleagues, as your children, as staff, as faculty members, as students. We're so grateful, dear Lord, and we ask that you guide today's proceedings, that you guide the week's proceedings, and may you receive the honor and glory. I ask that the words of my mouth and the meditations of my heart be acceptable in your sight. Amen. And so this morning, colleagues, let me just share my screen with you. This morning, we will be looking at, for our devotional session, we are going to be looking at ethical research and biblical principles. Ethical research and biblical principles. And so I'm going to briefly share with you what I've found in regards to the comparisons and the relevance of ethical research in general, as it relates to biblical principles. All right, so let me just put my screen there, and we could begin. And so our scripture this morning is taken from 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 8. 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 8. And 2 Kings chapter 22, verse 8, it speaks about young King Josiah, who was only 8 years old when he became king of Israel. And 2 Kings 22:8 describes the discovery of the book of the law during the reign of King Josiah. And it is important to note that the high priest, Hilkiah, found the book in the temple and brought it to the king, leading to significant reforms in Israel. And so this passage of scripture emphasizes the themes of accountability, integrity, and the importance of true leadership. At that time, the Israelites were operating without any sort of guidelines, any sort of principles. The mere fact that they had to find the book of the law, the mere fact that they had to look for God's law, is an indication that they were operating without any sort of biblical principles, any sort of biblical guidelines. And so we are told in 2 Kings chapter 22:11 that when the king heard what was written in the book of the law, he tore his clothes in despair as a sign of heartfelt grief and repentance of how far they had moved from living as God's people should. And being faced with such traumatic history and realizing their peril before God, he decided to make a difference. So upon finding this book, searching for this book, they weren't even really searching for it. Apparently, Hilkiah, he just stumbled upon the book. And when Hilkiah began to read this book to King Josiah, he was in awe. He was shocked. The scripture says that he was in despair because based on the way they were living, his people were living, the lifestyles of the Israelites, it was totally opposite to what God had expected them to, the way God had expected them to live. And so what is the relevance between research, ethical research, and biblical principles? Well, the first thing we want to look at is the importance of integrity and honesty. And just as Hilkiah revealed the truth found in the book of the law, ethical research requires transparency and methodology, data collection, and reporting results. Researchers must present their findings honestly, without fabrication and manipulation. And that is very important because we see these same principles being represented in the book of the law. The book of the law was pure. It was without any sort of manipulation or fabrication. And so God's will for us as researchers is that we follow these same principles so that whatever we are doing, whatever research that we embark upon, it is free from any sort of falsification, fabrication, or manipulation. The second point that I wanted to raise in relation to ethical research and biblical principle is the importance of accountability. Josiah's response to the discovery of the book illustrates the importance of taking responsibility for one's actions and decisions. Similarly, we as researchers in our various fields, we must be accountable for our research practices, and the implications of our research, because we have to recognize and realize that our research will have implications on our surroundings, on our communities, on those whom have consented to participate in our research, and even on us ourselves. And so whatever the findings, we have to, like Josiah, be exercise accountability for what our findings reveal. The other point that I want to look at is that the importance of respect for knowledge and truth. Respect for knowledge and truth when it comes to biblical principles and ethical research. Now, the discovery of the laws led to significant reforms because it was valued and respected. In ethical research, there is a commitment to respecting knowledge, which involves proper citation, acknowledgement of sources, and the ethical treatment of subjects or participants involved in the research. Now, when we look at scripture, we see that King Josiah, he knew the value of knowledge contained in the book of the laws. However, more importantly, he knew the source. He knew the author. He was in commune. He was in tune. He had a connection with the source of knowledge, and that source would have been God, the one who created knowledge, the one true and living God. And so the scripture has influenced us, perpetuated the importance of truth, the importance of knowledge, and having respect for knowledge, having respect for truth. And so, as we go about our research practices, it is important for us to value the knowledge that we gain, to respect the truth that is presented to us, not to try and manipulate it, to influence it, to shape it into what we want it to look like, but to present it as is. As in scripture, truth is very important in the field of research. The next one we have to look at, the next point that is very important, is the impact on society. Now, the reforms initiated by Josiah based on the discovery of the law had a lasting effect on the community. And so ethical research conducted should also consider the potential impact on society and strive for positive outcomes that benefit individuals and communities. When Josiah found the book of the laws, when the book of the laws were found by Hezekiah, and read to Josiah, Josiah just didn't take the information and say, all right, we were on the wrong path. No, Josiah put measures in place, put structures in place. He was intentional about ensuring that the laws that were found benefited his people, that they were given an opportunity to abide by the laws, that they were influenced to act on the laws. And so as a result of that, we see where Josiah put measures in place to reform the various communities and to prevent them from just operating haphazardly and to be more in tune, guided, influenced by biblical principles. And so, regardless of the kind of research that we are doing, whether it is research in tourism, entrepreneurship, industry and trade, education, agriculture, economic modeling, greening, the environment, the orange economy, regardless of whatever kind of research we are doing, the findings and the recommendations from that research is supposed to improve the quality of life. It's supposed to improve the quality of the institutions that we are working in, or that we are studying. And so the field of education must be positively impacted. The field of medicine must be positively impacted. The field of tourism must be positively impacted based on our research. Just like King Josiah, he used the laws that were found to improve, enhance the lives of his people. They became more spiritual. They became more committed to God. They became more in tune with God. They became more connected to each other, more loving. That is what we read in when you read the book of Second Kings. These people, the Lord transformed their lives, and the Lord transformed their lives so that they became better people, more spiritual, more principled, and less in tune with pagan worship. And that is just what research is supposed to do. It is supposed to improve the lives, enhance the lives of those whom we communicate with. And also, the final point here is the importance of reflection and responsiveness. The king and his advisors reflected on the contents of the book and they made the necessary changes. Ethical research involves a continuous process of reflection on methods and outcomes, being responsive to new findings or societal needs. As researchers and custodians of the world we live in, we should be constantly examining our surroundings and thinking of ways to make it better. An unknown author once said, "I would like to leave the world a better place than when I entered it." And that just reinforces my previous point about making the world a better place, enhancing the quality of people's lives, and introducing them to a God who is all knowledge, a God who is all wise, and a God who loves us all. And so in summary, both 2 Kings 8, 2 Kings 22, 8 to 11, and ethical research principles stress the importance of integrity, accountability, respect for truth, societal impact, and ongoing reflection. ensuring that discoveries lead to positive ethical outcomes. I trust that you have been blessed by this devotional session. And I just ask that you join me one more time as I pray for the week events. Dear Father, as we gather to celebrate Research Week, we express our gratitude for the gift of knowledge and the spirit of inquiry that thrives within our university and in our communities and in our lives. We ask for your guidance and inspiration on all researchers, faculty, and students as they embark on their quest for discovery. May this week be filled with curiosity, collaboration, and compassion. Grant us the wisdom to ask the right questions and the perseverance to seek their answers. Inspire our hearts to engage thoughtfully with one another, sharing ideas and insights that broaden our understanding and foster innovation. We pray for the researchers whose work seeks to improve our world, for those tackling challenges big and small, and for future leaders who will carry forward the torch of inquiry. May their efforts lead to breakthroughs and that benefit humanity and honor the pursuit of truth. As we celebrate the achievements of today, may we also cultivate seeds of inspiration for tomorrow. Help us to remain open-minded, salient, and dedicated to the pursuit of excellence in all our endeavors. These mercies we ask in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Mr. Garland, for that wonderful message. Good morning once more. I am going to call key persons in this university, especially at the College of Education and Leadership, to formally welcome us. I'm calling Dr. Nicole Musard, the Chair of the Department of Graduate Education and Leadership, NCU, and Dr. Jacqueline Hushing Clark, to be represented by Mrs. Belinda Bramwell, the Chair, Department of Teacher Education and Leadership, and a Coordinator, Mrs. Belinda Bramwell. After the remarks of Dr. Nicole and Mrs. Belinda, greetings will also be given by Dr. Nanibala I. Paul, our Associate Provost, Academic Affairs, Northern Caribbean University, to be followed by Dr. Paul Giles, Dean, Graduate Studies, Northern Caribbean University, and the last but not the least, who will be giving the greetings, Dr. Morton Frankson, Director, Research and Statistics, Northern Caribbean University. So that will be the order of the welcome and greetings.
Dr. Vinci Alida, moderator for today's event. Dr. Lincoln Edwards, President of Northern Caribbean University. Dr. Daniel Alida, Dean, College of Education and Leadership. Dr. Jacqueline Osin Clark, Chair, Department of Teacher Education. Dr. Barbara Ambrinster, Chairperson, Turks and Caicos Islands Community College. Faculty, staff, students, friends, good morning all. Thank you for being with us today. It is a real pleasure for me to greet you all who have made it possible to join us today. This day is dedicated to research conducted in the field of education. You will have the opportunity to share in the latest developments in education and explain how this progress will lead us into the future. NCU has a reputation for producing well-conducted research that influences policy development. We have laid out a roadmap that puts us on solid footing the whole way through. We are eager to share the details and get your input on what further improvements we can make in the field of education. As key stakeholders in the business of education, your viewpoints count as much as anyone on the team. NCU remains dedicated to the well-being of every employee, but dedication means nothing without action. We hope you feel comfortable sharing your thoughts with us today once the opportunity arises. Although results of research are not always ethically implemented, we are very grateful to be part of those who quest for more knowledge and pray that our great God pours in us a desire to please Him as we ethically consume research findings. Welcome again to our students, guest speakers, and friends. Thank you.
All protocols observed. Good morning. On behalf of Dr. Jacqueline Hoshing-Clark, I am delighted to welcome you all to this, our annual symposium. As we discuss the theme, Current Trends and Innovations in Education, it is my hope that you will be able to expand your knowledge about the current trends in education and innovations that are available for use in the classroom. I anticipate some impactful and beneficial presentations. So as I welcome you, I am also encouraging you to stay with us for the entire program and also remain for the closing exercise. God bless you. Have a good day.
Dr. Lincoln Paul Edwards, President of Northern Caribbean University, Dr. Daniel Alida, Dean of the College of Education and Leadership, Dr. Jacqueline Hoshing-Clark, Chair of Teacher Education Department, Dr. Nicole Mozart, Chair of Department of Graduate Education and Leadership, Dr. Morton Frankson, Director of Research and Statistics, Dr. Paul Giles, Dean of the Graduate Studies, our dear, wonderful students here from Teacher Education Department and also DGEL, the graduate area, presenters, keynote presenters, guests, and other stakeholders, a very good morning to you all. I think we can do better. Good morning to you all. Okay, it's such a joy to see you all here, especially our teacher education students, here face to face with your uniforms. And I see many persons are online, and it's a joy to be here and welcome you all for this CEL, that is College of Education and Leadership Research Day 2025. Before I say anything, I want to affirm the College of Education and Leadership for being the leaders in research in this institution. Shall we give them a round of applause? All of you. Over the years, Dr. Alida, your college has won the research competitions, and I see a lot of research being done in this college. So affirmations to the college leadership, Dr. Alida and his team, the faculty, the students, the graduate students who take part in research. Now, throughout this week, we were talking about nurturing ethical research, harvesting harvesting successful life ways. Now, what is research? Research is nothing but searching for knowledge, searching for truth, finding solutions to problems. And as a teacher of research for more than 20 years and working with students on research, I always encourage my students to do ethical research. That is the most important thing. In the universities around the world, the main word is research and publications. Research and publications. They encourage people to do research and publish, the faculty, the students, and everyone. But in a Christian institution, like Northern Caribbean University, we need to be focused on ethical research and publications. So I say ethical research, ethical research, ethical research. So we need to consider ethical practices in our research, the way we choose our topics, the way we collect our data, the way we analyze our data, the way we make the conclusions are very important, and we need to be focused on ethical research. I thank the organizers for this beautiful topic, and the Bible says in 2 Timothy 2:15, study to show thyself what? Approved unto God, a workman that needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Everything that we do in this institution need to be approved unto God, because finally we have to give an answer to God. The second point I want to say is Mrs. White, our greatest inspirational writer for the Seventh-day Adventist Church, gives a quotation in Book Education, page 53. It says what? The greatest want of the world is the want of men who will not be bought or sold, men who in their inmost souls are true and honest, men who do not fear to call sin by its right name, men who will stand for the right though the heavens fall. These temptations will come when we do research, but we need to stand firm for the truth. We should be researchers who will not be bought or sold. Many in this world, researchers are being bought and sold. We do not encourage such researchers in this university. We want to encourage researchers who are ethical in their conduct, and they will consider everything which is approved unto God. May God bless the College of Education and Leadership as you continue today's presentations and discussions on nurturing ethical research and harvesting successful life ways. Commendations again to the Dean, Dr. Alida, and his team for staging this wonderful Research Day 2025. God bless you all.
Associate Provost of Academic Administration, Dean of Education and Leadership, our guest speaker, Chairperson of Graduate Education, Chairperson of the Department of Education, Chairperson of Symposium 2025, faculty members, staff, students, ladies and gentlemen, pleasant good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be associated with the College of Education and Leadership in conducting this distinguished symposium. This college has been educating minds through public forums for over 25 years. Education today is faced with many challenges which require didactic approach and flexibility. Both internal and external challenges exist, which need to be managed carefully by educators. Through research, we have new methods, improved methods, new techniques, new strategies, innovations, new inventions, and new approaches. And I know the College of Education is competent and is able to deal with these challenges. That is why we have such symposium. The implementation and use of technology has changed the landscape, and students have caught up with the technological changes. So education, our educators have to be up to date with their tools and deliveries, or run the risk of being irrelevant and outdated in their delivery. Currently, in a particular country, surprisingly, there is dismantling of the educational system and layoffs. This is a backward step, and I hope this will not take place in Jamaica and our stakeholders, thus affecting education at Northern Caribbean University and in the Caribbean. This is a backward step, ladies and gentlemen, and hope this will not take place here. Education is foundational to development and economic expansion, as we know. The College of Education and Leadership is poised to be leaders and trendsetters in current trends, so that this symposium has brought together presenters and participants together to discuss and examine current trends. Sociological and psychological factors impact greatly on outcomes. So these are key elements that need to be examined during this educational summit. May the presentations be stimulating and enlightening, resulting in increased benefits and satisfaction to all our participants. We all look forward to a successful and eventful sitting for Trends in Education 2025.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad that protocol has been established, so I can go right in by saying thank you. Thank you, every one of you colleagues in the College of Education and Leadership, whether you be a student or whether you be a member of faculty or worker otherwise. Because together you collaborated to put on this symposium with the theme Current Trends and Innovations in Education. And through your dean, you collaborated with the university's Office of Research and Statistics, and it was a joyous experience. We've been planning for this since a year now. And like anything that is well prepared, it has fallen into place. It has fallen into place in a Jamaican setting where there have been imperfections. There have even been a hurricane in the midst of everything. But you are here, and you look lovely. I was just commenting to Dr. Bensi Alida, that you look like a military force, ready to do battle with ignorance. Thank you for really putting that effort together. I want to thank the President, Professor Lincoln Edwards. I always consult with him as to the overall theme. And the overall theme for this year, Nurturing Ethical Research, Harvesting Successful Lifeways, has been a brainchild of his thought processes mixed with that of the other members of our team. And therefore, he needs to be known that he's well appreciated. On our Research Advisory Committee is Professor Dr. Nanibala Paul and Dr. Paul Giles, as well as the other deans from the other colleges and other representatives where a dean is not there. So I want to say thank you to every member of the Research Advisory Committee, including every one of you there that I just mentioned a while ago. You know, it is God's providence that has made this happen. So I want to say thanks to God too for declaring that all that is happening has been happening by not your power, but it has been happening by God's power, laced with grace that is so consistent with the hope-filled plans you have made for us, God, as you remain resolute, dear Lord, in giving us a future, as Jeremiah 29:11 says. And we want to claim that promise in our definitely successful lifeways. Thus saith the Lord, we are reminded in Jeremiah 9:23 and 24 as well. Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he understandeth and knoweth me, that I am the Lord, which exercise loving kindness. You notice I didn't say, I am the Lord. I said, I am the Lord. Do you see him as a loving teacher, a loving father, a loving colleague? He could come and boss you around and push you, but instead he comes and he says, it's me. I am your friend that is exercising loving kindness to you, judgment and righteousness in this earth. For in these things I delight, saith the Lord. You get the picture? So, greetings to you all who have joined us in person and virtually for this important conference, and I thank you for allowing God to lead you to join us in attendance today. We have come apart today from the whirlwind of our regular professional and personal lives to attend today's Cell Research Symposium. As we do so, my hope is that the rich knowledge exchange that is anticipated with the unfolding of the planned programs of scholarly presenters will truly edify you pertinently. These well-researched presentations are, I suspect, indirectly and even directly intended to better equip us with knowledge that may well empower our mission-driven strategic planning beyond the aforementioned and everyday whirlwind and increase our likelihood of consistently determining to wisely see how those divine plans are taken through providentially. I'm going to pose a few what-ifs to you today. What if upon attending today's Cell Symposium, we wholeheartedly embrace radical hospitality, fearless conversation, genuine humility, agility in divine applications? The book, one of my favorite books, Ellen G. White's book, The Great Controversy, in its commentary on the French Revolution, points out the following. Men became dissatisfied with the results of rationalism and realized the necessity of divine revelation and experimental religion. Whatever is built upon the authority of man will be overthrown, but that which is founded upon the rock of God's immutable word shall stand forever. Fittingly, this is the final of the several scheduled symposiums, among others, that have taken place as we began NCU's Annual Research Week 2025 since last Thursday. I invite you all to also attend the official closing ceremony today, this Thursday, the 13th of March, 2025. It begins at 2 p.m. and ends by 3:30 p.m. the latest. I implore you to endeavor to attend, and thank you who have also attended as many of these other symposiums that were put on by others of our several colleges here at NCU. Those of you who did that, you're serious about education, not just about your narrow perspective, but the broader offerings of this university. I appreciate you for doing that. As you remain involved, I wish for you all abundant, enhanced success in all aspects of your lives. Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
We will now proceed to the next part of our symposium. But before I will call the one who will introduce the keynote speaker, I have a very important announcement to everybody so that you will stay until the last minute of the program. To our online viewers and participants, please listen to this very important announcement. All online participants are being asked to register for this event by sending an email to BBN Query. I will spell the name. VIVIE.QUARRI@ncu.edu.jm, ensuring that you include your name, institution or organization, and of course your email address and your telephone or cell phone number. So I repeat, name, institution or organization, your email address, your cellular or cell phone number. E-certificates will contain your name as it appears in your email. So our participants who are here at the gymnatorium, you will also receive certificates as long as you will stay. Okay? Thank you so much. Now, may I call on Dr. Daniel Alida, the Dean, College of Education and Leadership, Northern Caribbean University, to introduce the keynote speaker.
Morning, everyone. Before I present Dr. Ambrister, let me just express my happiness for all of you because you have turned up in big number. Can you give an applause to all of our students? I'm so happy to see you, and I'm so thankful to our department chairs, Dr. Mozart and also Dr. Clark. They have been very supportive, and all of our faculty. They have made it sure that all of you will be here to learn something. That's how we care for you, and I hope you won't leave the place until everything's done, because many, many things will be learned today. Now, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our keynote speaker in the person of Dr. Barbara Ambrister from Turks and Caicos Islands. She is a seasoned human capital strategist with a rich tapestry of skills and experiences that blend spirituality with technology and education. Her academic journey includes a Doctor of Education from the University of Liverpool,
Good morning,
an
everyone.
MBA from Novi Southern University, and a Bachelor of Business from the University of Miami. These achievements and a foundational associate degree in data processing from Broward Community College have equipped her with business, technology, and education skills, enabling her to lead with innovation and insight. As a certified board director, future work specialist, civil and family mediator, certified systems developer, certified information systems auditor, and marriage officer, her forte is to transfer her knowledge into diverse domains across multiple platforms. Dr. Ambrister's recent professional endeavors include serving as chairman of the Turks and Caicos Community College, president of the Turks and Caicos Writers Society, and director of education. In these roles, she has led innovative initiatives and implemented strategic growth, leaving a lasting impact on the organizations she led. Additionally, she made a significant contribution as the Vice President of Information Technology for an international banking group, Director of Management Information Systems, and IT Manager for the National Health Insurance Board. Her achievements include receiving the Dissertation of the Year Award for her dissertation and authoring and publishing her first book, Finding Me in the Scriptures. She has been a motivational speaker and a life coach for over 20 years, advising and counseling individuals in their personal, professional, and spiritual development. As a career strategist, she shares valuable insights drawn from her extensive experience in the fields of education, banking, and health administration. She is married to James Ambrister, and together they have 2 children and 3 grandchildren. So it is my honor and privilege to present to you this morning our keynote speaker, Dr. Barbara Ambrister. Let's listen to her. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a great day. I'm so happy to be here. I just want to thank Northern Caribbean University for inviting me to bring this keynote address. It's an honor and a privilege. I would like to also thank Dr. Daniel Alida, the Dean for College of Education and Leadership, and his able assistant, Ms. Natalie Smith, who helped me to ensure that this was being done. Thank you so much. I want to jump right into this awesome theme, nurturing ethical research, harvesting successful life ways. Boy, what a theme. It resonated with me as my dissertation was very much in-depth, dealing with ethics and success and trying to garner this information for future use. So this topic in itself speaks to the need for us to undergo careful investigation of those who have been successful. And the idea of this is really that the research conducted will produce information that provides insights for others in similar conditions and help others also to frame their identities. My approach to contributing to this theme is through the lens of an insider researcher. An insider researcher is an individual that has inside knowledge of the environment and the conditions under which the participants will speak about or speak to. My particular research and the research that I want to share with you, or the ethical aspect of the research I want to share with you, was conducted in the Turks and Caicos Islands. This research was focused on the phenomenon of immigrants and those who had not sought higher education or who were seeking who had never sought higher education, but was seeking higher education as a path in order for them to make their lives better. Nonetheless, the focus for this topic today is to unearth the minefield of ethical bombs that exists with insider research. My topic today is challenges and ethical considerations in insider research, navigating bias and confidentiality in marginalized communities. It's an excerpt from my award-winning dissertation of 2020 from the University of Liverpool in the Humanities Education. As an insider researcher, one is presented automatically with a lot of challenges being a part of the community. The challenge that I think is predominant for an insider researcher is objectivity. How do I maintain my objectivity having so much information about the community, having so much information about the area in which I am studying? And how do I maintain that objectivity? And secondly, how do I reduce my bias? Because if I've lived there for a long time, I'm going to have some bias. The familiarity of the environment, etc., is bound to influence how I look, how I listen, and how I report. So it's important for one to be able to compartmentalize, disassociate, and strip even away some of our previous thoughts regarding the phenomenon, the event, the episode, whatever it is that we are studying. One of the things that is so critical for us is that we must maintain confidentiality, because as an insider researcher, people are going to share information with you that they've never shared before. And you must be held to a standard of where you are considered as confidential, and also that one who is able to maintain their privacy. The research that I am going to showcase today involves reflexivity, that is internal dialogue, which helps to empower individuals, and in this case, marginalized individuals, based on the barriers in education and immigration issues, racial stigma, and poverty in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Let's just look at some of the background facts of the Turks and Caicos Islands. The Turks and Caicos Islands is a tiny British overseas territory populated by approximately, say, 40,000 people, give or take. The Turks and Caicos Islands have a 60% immigrant population, including Haitians, Bahamians, Jamaicans, Dominicans, etc., Caribbean people. The dominant immigrant population are Haitians, with a large percentage of them being illegal. The inflow of immigrants to Turks and Caicos Islands has a long history, given its economic development, employment opportunity. It continues today. However, it is a sore point with the locals and government. The immigration process for immigrants are challenging, and many immigrants are frustrated and remain illegal or find ways to fit in with the locals. In trying to gather literature on this phenomenon of immigrants and higher education, it was very difficult, as there was little literature found on the Turks and Caicos Islands, first, and secondly, on immigrants and their status from a higher education perspective. However, I was able to find some literature on the Dominican Haitian challenges that they faced in higher education. And I found that it was so similar to the Turks and Caicos Islands, where the literature revealed that up to the fourth grade, as early as the fourth grade, experienced barriers erected by the Dominican government to discourage them from obtaining an education. I dare say I don't think that that is a challenge that we have now in the Turks and Caicos Islands. But the point here is to emphasize that there are challenges for even in the early to get children into school, etc., etc. So higher education is another aspect. Higher education for Caribbean immigrants. Listen to this. Higher education for Caribbean immigrants is a means to an end. It is an escape route for their social problems. And we need to understand that. And so if we see an influx of immigrants in the higher education, it is a means for them to get out of the condition in which they find themselves. The dissertation that I conducted, which received the award for education, it's the overarching question I was seeking was, how do internal conversations influence higher education journey of second-generation Caribbean immigrants of Turks and Caicos who are first-generation university attendees? What does that mean? That means that I want to find out what were the thought processes of individuals who were what we call second generation. Their parents came into Turks and Caicos, they're living there, but so they're second generation Caribbean immigrants. But however, they are the first ones to attempt higher education. In order to explore this, my thesis foundation looked at the cultural and social influence of what is called habitus, how people are perceived, how they respond to their social environment, how their ways of living, what do they do, their personal habits, their skills, and the kind of characteristics that comes out in these people, immigrants. How do they live? What is their position? How do they think? And so this is really what was being explored in this dissertation. I applied the theory of reflexivity by Margaret S. Archer to this study so that I could understand how the participants negotiated barriers. When they came upon a barrier, how was that negotiated? When they came upon immigration issues, how was that overcome? How were they dealing with the stigma of being an immigrant? How were they becoming acculturated to our society? What opportunities were available to them? And how was participating in tertiary education going to benefit them? Just to ensure that we understand reflexivity, I want to go into a little bit more about the definition. Reflexivity is the absence of audible speech. We talk about talking to yourself, but reflexivity is a little bit more than that. It is intentional. It is intentional interrogation of where we are. It is intentional interrogation of that moment. It is it's a decision-making moment. And so what it does is that it once you have had that conversation, and we talk about interlocutors, where you have that conversation with mommy and daddy, even though they're not there. People who are important to you have those conversations. And at the end of a reflexive moment, a reflexive period, which may take more than one time, those inner voices help you to make what we call a life-changing decision. So these are defining moments with reflexivity, and it's important for us to understand the importance of it. The methodology which I use to gather this information or gather this data was what is called the interpretive approach, where individuals construct their own worldviews. Each individual's experience, social conditioning, socioeconomic status help them to construct their worldview. The interpretive approach allows me, the researcher, to capture the meaning of that person's personal identity, how they cultivate it, how they form their decisions from various episodes, events, and pursuits. And the interpretive approach gives me, I guess, that flexibility. It's not predictive. However, it does allow me to contemplate the situation and understand how individuals are making their final decisions. The interpretive phenomenological approach also helped, its structure and its framework allows in-depth analysis to inform the research based on a significant event and its impact on the participant. Mainly like when we're going to hear the story of the young man that did not have any transportation and was constantly in between work and school. How did that event impact him? What was his thoughts? And we're going to hear some of his thoughts. So the phenomenological approach helps us to examine these significant events. Not arbitrary, not regular events, but significant events. And that event or that episode when it recurred, and to document the meaning for that individual so that we can understand how that individual progressed from there in terms of their path, in terms of their decision, etc. The data collection method was a mixed data collection, quantitative and qualitative. I used the Ione study instrument created by Margaret Atcher and others for the quantitative, which gave a snapshot of the participant's current thought formulation, and also a qualitative approach, which allowed me with open-ended questions to construct questions specific to the flexibility to ask questions specific to, I want to say, the individual's answers, so that I was able, if an individual had an episode, I was able to say, okay, tell me more about this episode. Tell me how this episode influenced you in the future. Tell me what meaning did this episode have for you? And so the qualitative in-depth, and I want to say focus interviews, focus group, because it was not everyone. In fact, I think it was about 100 and something students, but I only was able to interview about 12 of them, I believe it is, because individuals were not prepared to speak in-depthly about this particular topic. And so we have to be, again, one of the challenges of the insider researcher is that because you're asking such private questions, makes the individual very vulnerable. And individuals will probably be sharing with you thoughts that they have not openly expressed otherwise, or may not even want to be known in the public arena. Marginalized immigrants. Remember, I want to make this point before I go into the ethical challenges, is that I'm dealing with marginalized immigrants. Marginalized immigrants face challenges such as access to services, legal challenges, discrimination, prejudice, housing issues, social support. And then this is one that's really, really, really important for us. Many immigrants leave families behind. They are separated, and this impacts their mental health. So when we see immigrants, and how they deal with things, there's so much going on with them. And it really impacts or influences their inability to assimilate into new environments. I want to give you some insight as to the kind of thoughts that individuals share while maintaining their privacy and confidentiality. There were thoughts like, I wanted to go to college, probably, but I was really not ready. My father forced me to go. I was barely trying when I got there because I didn't really even want to be there. I never even had a vehicle and transportation to move from school to work. Straight from school, walking with your clothes and your bags. This is a young man. Imagine the embarrassment. Not very easy. I was so very tired some mornings, I could not even get up. I would probably tell my brother to wash my shirt. It speaks to his poverty, the need to wash a shirt in order for you to get up the next day. He says, I felt like it was beginning to be too much of a burden. School was too much. I had to go to school. I had to go to work. It was too much of a burden. I dropped out for a year. However, I just felt like I really needed a booster document to say I'm good at something, or I can at least put my focus to be good at something. I like to look at other people's lives, as we are doing, and try to evaluate myself based on it. I felt inferior to everybody. Interesting, isn't it? What was my motivation? Why did I want to do this study? Would I be able to emotionally deal with the answers? Would my emotional bias overtake me when I hear their stories? Become very sentimental? Will I become unraveled and subsequently allow my emotions to cloud my analysis of the result? These are questions I had to ask myself before engaging in this. Did I really want to know? How would I compartmentalize my experience or emotions so that it did not creep into my recommendations? These are insider researchers' challenges. These are the ethical challenges. And you talk about navigating them and to get research that has integrity and triangulation. Asking myself constantly, what did I really want to find out? How did they cope? What were their reasoning for remaining in a place where they were rejected and belittled? But I see myself in their stories. What did they say to themselves? This is the main crux of what it's about. What did they say to themselves? Were their thoughts similar to mine? One of the things I decided very early was I wanted to be transparent. I didn't want to appear to be hiding anything. So I want to be transparent, and I wanted to make disclosures that if they asked me something, I could disclose openly and honestly what my thoughts were, etc., because I felt that it was, as an insider research, it's essential that you appear to be credible, and that it's not that you're trying to hide something, and to make sure that the overall research has the validity. We have to build that trust with the participants. I had to be clear and reassure them of my role. I constantly asked myself how much of myself or experience I would share with them to enable them to respond to me, to go further when I needed them to. I wanted them to see me as one with them, hence having shared similar experiences. How could I make this happen and retain the integrity of the study? These are the types of questions insider researchers have going through their heads. I wanted to be careful about leading questions. I didn't want to lead them on with knowledge that I know, but so-and-so down the road do so-and-so. So no, I didn't want to make comments that would influence their response. I needed to be very, very intentional and make sure that I kept myself in control. Ensure that my feelings were not impacting them and causing them to generate the same types of feelings. I wanted to ensure that as an insider research, any specific reference or recommendation, I didn't want to influence them. Other ethical considerations as an insider research has a lot to do with confidentiality and informed consent. What should I ask? Am I being too personal? How far should I go with the response? Because we can take the liberty of going, because we're asking questions, you can just ask all kinds of questions. And so there's a need to curb our curiosity in finding out the answer. Is this answer relevant to the study? Is it relevant? One of the things that concerned me after a while is, what was my legal responsibility should I found out that they were engaged in something illegal? What was I going to do then? These are the kinds of things that come up with insider researchers or insider research. Was I emotionally intelligent and mature enough to handle the stories the participants would tell? If you saw me crying on the side and didn't want people to see I was crying, I couldn't hardly take some of the things that some people said. But when you get into this, you don't think that is the case, but it happens. And would I be held accountable to these individuals when I know the truth about their situations? When I see them out, what would I do? Because after all, this is a community that I live in and they live in. How would we handle that? I want to say that The assimilation process and potential trauma from past experience can lead to a lot of mental issues for immigrants. What about these being revealed? Suppose you interview somebody who's very angry. Were you able to handle that situation? These are the kinds of concerns, ethical concerns, that an insider research need to be very careful of and understand the implications of doing insider research, especially in depending on the subject matter. Not only about when they meet in society, but I had to be, I want to say, very controlled, as the power dynamics was very, very important. Insider researchers must be aware and sensitive to the power imbalance between ourselves and our participants. We have this authority, and we don't want to intimidate them. We want them to volunteer their information. There's unequal power relation going on here. And we don't want to cause individuals to respond or engage in a, and I want to say, threatening manner. Make them feel as though they have to. I approach this by saying, how can I get the participants to open up and speak honestly with me about the challenges they've experienced as immigrants without intruding on their personal space? I don't want to be that authoritarian power figure that says you must answer me like I'm the police. No. I have to set the stage or the atmosphere where there's trust. How do I reduce the energy or perception of power imbalance of one of trust? And this speaks to my earlier comment about opening up and being transparent with them so that they too can get an understanding of who I am without trying to influence their thought process. How do I relate to them? I do not seek to harm you. You know, a lot of participants will vary in terms of how fast it's going to go. It's important, you know. And so we don't want to come across as being intimidating, and yet we don't want to make them feel inferior. It's the power dynamics, and the imbalance of power is essential in us getting a good balance. Lastly, I want to point out some of the pitfalls of insider research. The bias, objectivity, groupthink, and the validity of findings. Insider researchers, and this is really coming to the end when we're listing findings, etc., we have to remain objective. I started by saying this. We have to remain objective. Sometimes there are our personal experiences. I guess there's no way to divorce it, but we must steer clear of certain things, particularly in our representation or misrepresentation of findings. Misrepresentation of findings is so important. People tend to twist findings to suit their conclusion or to make the conclusion what they want it to be. And so you could have the best set of data, but if that individual has a particular mindset, they can misrepresent the findings. Additionally, people use insider research to validate groupthink, which is that, well, this is what the common thinking is. And so if this is the common thinking, it is so. But that's, in fact, that is very much in conflict with what research is to find the truth. And find the truth about what is happening, to find the truth about where we are, not groupthink. When we agree, as much as I would like to make myself transparent, when we are actually conducting the interviews, we don't have to agree with what the participant is saying. We can nod or we could say, yes, go on, etc., etc. Because sometimes if we just think as an insider research that whatever they say is true and whatever, like groupthink, we may overlook something important, being too, I want to say, too much a part of that particular group thing, that common thought. So you don't want to do that. Also, it makes us lazy because we don't want to chase after the obscure. Now, this particularly happens with data triangulation, whereas we will find the differences. I remember this young man, I had to chase him down. I mean, we had so many appointments, I had to chase him down. And I said, what is it? Why didn't you want to have this interview? And by the time I was finished interviewing with, he was the exception. He says, I don't have those challenges. He says, I said, what a challenge. He didn't have it. And so you have the exception to the rule, but you must include them. You must be able to have a group of participants that gives you a wide enough perspective that you can come together and form an opinion, or form recommendations, not just based on one or two individuals, but is truly representative of the individuals that you have interviewed. The phenomenon validity is important. If you are looking at, for me, reflexivity, the point for me is, did individuals find themselves making decisions, being reflexive in moments where they encountered certain things? And for them, what did they do? Did it change their lives? What happens if it didn't? This is important for the validity of the phenomena. And so you can't force things. You can't force your results to be what you think it should be, else it lacks validity. As I come to a conclusion, it's been exciting. I thank you so much for listening. I wanted to talk about the benefits of insider research. There's so many benefits. I love it. Although it has its ethical bombs, you master those. The first-hand knowledge of a phenomenon is from insider research is so important. We are oftentimes our fear of biases and the lack of objectivity causes us to invite others to study us. But I believe that if we could study ourselves, we can make a great contribution to our society and to the state of whatever it is that we are studying. We get a better understanding, and we can speak objectively to what is happening in us, in our country, in our nation, or at our jobs, because we've taken the time to study it and objectively, and to come up to speak to people without threat, that they can say this is the case, and able to really determine what's going on and make great recommendations. The ability, based on the knowledge, you can come up with great recommendations. We also form relationships with individuals. We find out talents and abilities of individuals that don't normally come to the fore, or some individuals don't have the opportunity to. So it's a great talent finding, process or benefit. I believe that insider research is great, is a tool that governments, sociologists, decision makers need to use, for the simple reason that it is essential for decision making. It is essential for social policies. You cannot today make arbitrary decisions based on your own personal decision, or your personal opinion, on what group think, what society is telling you. You need to have somebody to study what is going on, and then who can objectively do that and give you recommendations. This is reliable and timely information on trends in the nation, society, and communities. Have an insider researcher do that for you. I want to leave you with this thought. Insider research is essential and should be practiced everywhere. It should be combined with what is called action research, which allows us to study patterns, trends, procedures, to find weaknesses and gaps, etc., etc. That helps organizations, companies, and nations maintain and gain their success. Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Thank you so much, Dr. Barbara Ambrister, for that very insightful presentation. Before I will call our lead for the question and answer section, Ms. Marie Liquan Phillips, an instructor at the Department of Teacher Education, I want to introduce and welcome our keynote speaker for this afternoon, Professor Carlos Casiano. He is a professor at Loma Linda University Center for Disparities and Molecular Medicine. Dr. Casiano, welcome. Ms. Phillips?
Thank you, Dr. Leader. It was a very insightful presentation that I sat and I participated in just by listening. And I express our thanks on behalf of the College of Education and Leadership and the students who were in the audience to Dr. Barbara Ambrister. It was, to me, very new because it's the first I've ever been hearing about an insider research. So, to me, that was very engaging. I offer the opportunity for students who are here in the audience who wish to engage our presenter with a question to do so. We have someone standing right here with a mic, so you can come right to the middle to share your questions. Also, if you are on Zoom and you wish to share a question, or if you're on YouTube and you wish to share a question, we will engage you. It was wonderful listening to the topic of the research by Dr. Ambrister, Challenges and Ethical Considerations in Insider Research, Navigating Bias and Confidentiality in Marginalized Communities. This was done in 2020, an award research at the University of Liverpool. And may I just invite you again to put our hand together for Dr. Ambrister. Do we have any questions? And while we wait on any questions from the audience, both from the viewing audience online as well as those who are here, I would love to ask Dr. Ambrister, how was she personally impacted by the research that she did? So Dr. Ambrister, this is just my question. I was just intrigued or curious. How were you impacted by your own research? I know sometimes when we participate in research, we too are changed for the better. Our own beliefs or structure or worldview can sometimes be changed. But how did it impact you, Doctor? While I invite anyone who wishes to share a question to come to the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, for me, thank you so much again. Thank you, audience. For me, in terms of the influence, the impact of the research has to do with a lot. I don't believe in opinions. I believe in facts. I don't particularly care for groupthink either. And perceptions. What is the truth of the matter? I am a truth seeker. And one of the things that's solidified in my mind is that we ought to seek after the truth. What we think we know is not necessarily always the truth. In this particular research study, I knew individual immigrants were suffering. I knew immigrants had challenges. And I didn't recognize that it was so many and just how much they were suffering. And it again caused me to develop a strategy of trying to determine how best I could influence policymakers with making their decisions when it comes to immigrants. I went a little bit further and prepared a document on diversity and inclusion because I felt that the assimilation process was not happening intentionally in the Turks and Caicos Islands. And because of these gaps, immigrants were suffering. And so that's been my task for myself, in that how do we speak to the assimilation process? How do we recognize that from a humanitarian perspective, that although some of these immigrants, and I was dealing with some immigrants who were illegal, how do we handle that? How should we, as a government, deal with this issue in trying to care for people in spite of the fact that they may be illegal? But how do we care for them anyhow because they're here? So it's a conflicting position to be in, but it still is a matter for our social development here in the Turks and Caicos Islands, our immigration. We have to consider what people go through when they hit our islands, whether they're legal or not.
Thank you so much. Very insightful. We have a student here who wishes to share a question.
Hi, good morning. So my question is, as an empath that I am, and you're researching, right? And you know that the immigrants may be illegal, and you hear their stories, like the young man that was you interviewed. Would it be unethical to actually assist him, even if he is like illegal and you're just a researcher or so forth?
Yes, it would be illegal. It would be illegal. There was an incident in there, without me divulging that, where he was having a challenge, and the best I could have said to him was, we have a human rights department that also deals with illegal issues, that has a better, I want to say, policy in terms of how do we deal with them. So I recommended that he would go to the Human Rights Committee so that they could deal with some of the issues that he was having. I felt that I was not prepared with the information, but I knew, like you're asking, that he was seeking advice from me. And the only reference I could tell him who I knew would handle his case with, I guess, empathy was the Human Rights Commission, and I directed him to them.
Thank you so much. We have another question.
Thank you for the research you have done. I appreciate it from what I've listened to. Just a simple question. Were you able to capture the support they got in terms of social support for those individuals? And if possible, were you able to identify any particular nonprofit group, especially the church, who was able to assist?
Well, first and foremost, overall, I'm sorry to say this, but my focus group were not able to get, none of them identified, one of them identified some assistance they were able to get. And that individual was a Haitian individual, and his support came from the sports commission, from the sport that he played. He played soccer, and he was able to get assistance from them. Other than that, none of the other participants, in fact, social support was a barrier. Assistance, they did not get any assistance. Assistance was not available to them. When it came to the church, and we do have here a very vibrant Seventh-day Adventist, none of my participants, they had a spiritual background, but in terms of actual support, no. Their Christian beliefs helped them. Their Christian values helped them to get through. And that is a part of my study where I talk a lot about, they talk about the scriptures that some of them use in order to make it during hard times, etc., etc. But only those who were Christians or those who had an affiliation with the church, they were able to use the church's doctrines and principles to help them to go forward. But in terms of other support, there wasn't any.
Thank you so much for your answer. We have another question, and we also have some questions online. As soon as I get access to them, we'll be able to share.
Dr. Ambrister, good morning. I was pleased to listen to your presentation. It's very deep, and for somebody who has traveled to different countries, I know it can go deeper than that as an immigrant, right? My question, just two simple questions. I just want to find out, what was your data collection process or procedure? What was that like for the quantitative and the qualitative? The other question is, was there at any point in time where you utilized artificial intelligence to assist you with the research? And if not, what's your take on that in terms of using AI and research? Thank you.
Can I answer the last question first? I didn't use any AI. I didn't even know AI was around. So that's the
at that time. Praise the Lord.
The first question, if I remember, in terms of quantitative, right? Quantitative, remember, I used the Ione study, which is it's a set of questions that was already prepared for me. So I used an instrument that was already established, the Ione measurement instrument, which is a thought-capturing snapshot. At the moment, I used that. And then for the qualitative, I did purposeful sampling. And purposeful sampling is because, remember now, I'm dealing with individuals who are marginalized, maybe illegal. And so I was having a challenge trying to find people who would want to talk about that. People were afraid, students were afraid to talk about this. This is, you're living in a country where we are still have what we call looking for immigrants who are illegal. So, and these are young, some of them were young people, some of them were older. Couple of them had already left the country, but I couldn't get into how they got out, you know. So there was a lot of illegal things I had to skirt around as to not implicate myself and not to implicate them. But I was able to get them to agree. And this is one of the points that I made. Sometimes you have to be so transparent with people that they are transparent with you. Mm-hmm. It's reciprocated. And so I was able to, I got a lot of information that I didn't share here, which I shouldn't. But like you said, it went very deep in terms of the focus interviews. Some of them were very, very heart-wrenching when you hear the stories that people tell. And some of these individuals grew up in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and their journey through it wasn't easy.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy that it's not in the time with the current U.S. president, right?
I was just about to mention that who could even imagine that 5 years after her research, the information will be so relevant, especially what is currently happening in our U.S. society with the immigration policies being implemented now in some countries. So we have 3 questions on the line, Dr. Ambrister, so I'm going to go with them quickly. I think one of them may have been briefly hinted at what you just said a while ago, but one question from Mrs. Cameron Hamilton is, as an insider research, how do you encourage your participants to speak freely and honestly? That's one of the 3 questions.
When it comes to, and remember, I say you have to be transparent. Again, you have to understand boundaries. How far do I go? How do I make this person comfortable? Remember now, some of these people were strangers to me. And I'm trying to literally sell my
research.
I'm trying to sell my person in terms of you can trust me. I don't have anything in my hands to tell you can trust me because I'm asking you very personal information. But I want you to trust me. So it's getting them comfortable. It's the kinds of, one lady wanted to talk about her son. I allowed her to talk about him because I reckon, and her family, because I realized that her family, her mom, her sisters, and her son was essential to her joining. And I think that is something that inside a researcher must understand. With a participant, you can't just cut them off if you're going to get the information out of them. And then we don't know how meaningful this particular aspect of their response is to what you are seeking. So you have to, you have to allow sufficient time. Don't be impatient with the participant, because, sometimes you say, well, I don't know if I want to hear this. But you have to be calm, collected, and not predetermine the kinds of things that you want to hear, and be open to whichever way they take the story after you've asked the question.
Thank you so much. The second question is from Dr. Gloria Gregory. What are the differences between insider research and the participant research?
Participants' research, I don't know. I don't know a participant's research, so I'm not sure. If
You're not familiar with that. I'm happy you declared your biases at the beginning, because somehow I felt as if this topic would be personally related to you. So I'm happy for you sharing. The last question of the three is, how did the quantitative aspect of the research enhance the qualitative data collection, that is, the interview with the participants?
The quantitative perspective, it's a little bit more in depth with the IONI. The IONI has where you remember now, my point here is to find out the reflexivity of an individual, whether or not that individual engaged in reflexivity. Did they have internal conversations with themselves? Some people will not admit to that. Did they have them frequently? These were the kinds of quantitative data that I was able to capture. And also with the IONI report, there are different types, whether it is fractured reflexivity, meter reflexivity, and being able, I want to pinpoint the fractured for me, because the fractured one means that this person was a bit confused. The person is having confusion. Remember, it's a snapshot of their thought process. And one of the things it would do, how it balanced out, was that if someone showed up as fractured, that means that you could expect their answers, whether they be angry, whether they be sentimental, etc., you could almost match it up to see the kind of response that you would get, or the kind of, or also to be able to determine the kind of experience they would have. Now, particularly as I go back to an answer question before, the meter reflexive person is somebody whose life is full of meaning. So if someone fell in the meter reflexive range, that means that person, I could look for that person being spiritual. I could look for that person being reflective, because that, to fall into that meter range, it would mean that that's the kind of person that I was dealing with. So the quantitative helped me quite a lot, even with the age. There was a question on what was your age. Also, question which is that are you a native Turks and Caicos Islander versus, let's say, you were born elsewhere and came into the Turks and Caicos Islands. That assimilation process would have implications, because let's say somebody, for want of a better, if someone grew up in Jamaica the first 5 years of their lives and then came to the Turks and Caicos Islands, you can almost see like some different assimilation patterns in terms of whether that person is able to better assimilate, or whether or not they will have more challenges. Let's say if they had stayed longer in their country of birth. So it was really interesting to look at those dynamics and look at that statistics and look at the data to see how these different variants would or variables would be able to impact, especially the assimilation, and how the individual chose the path for which they would pursue.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ambrister. Again, I invite for you a round of applause from our audience. They were very much engaged. And as I wrap up this segment, it's just so good to know that there is another side of the story. Normally, especially as Jamaicans, we see immigration from those leaving, not really those entering. So it's good for us to have heard your perspective and for us to be able to share in your research, your award-winning research. And we thank you heartily.
Thank you so much, Ms. Phillips and Dr. Ambrister. We would like to welcome our dear President, Professor Lincoln Edwards, who was with us or who is with us this morning. Before we are going to listen to the song to be rendered by our students from the Teacher Education Department, I want you to stay tuned and I want you to remain seated because the best is yet to come. There will be 2 guest speakers after the song. Special item from the students of Department of Teacher Education.
Good morning, everyone. I pray that as we sing this song, that you will just speak Jesus over your situations. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over every heart and every mind. 'Cause I know there is peace within your presence. I speak Jesus. I just want to speak the name of Jesus. Till every dark addiction starts to break. Declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. I just want to speak the name of Jesus over fear and all anxiety, declaring there is hope and there is freedom. I speak Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Shout Jesus from the mountains. Jesus in the streets. Jesus in the darkness over every enemy. Jesus for my family. I speak the holy name. Jesus. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Your name is power. Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Your name
Your name is healing. Your name is life. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire. Break every stronghold. Shine through the shadows. Burn like a fire.
Thank you, dear students. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct honor to introduce our guest speakers. The first guest speaker, Dr. Candice Williams. She is a distinguished educator and visionary leader who serves as the president and CEO of the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College, or in short, TCICC. Her tenure is marked by transformative leadership, fostering institutional growth, strategic partnerships, and innovation that enhance the college's reputation. She also serves as the second vice president of the Association of Caribbean Higher Education Administrators, further amplifying her influence in shaping education across the region. Dr. Williams holds an EDD in Educational Leadership with a specialization in higher education from the University of the West Indies, Open Campus. She also earned an MA in Curriculum Development and Instruction from Nova Southeastern University and a BEd or BEd in Primary Education from the University of the West Indies, Mona Campus. This robust academic foundation underpins her expertise in curriculum design, instructional leadership, and educational strategy. With 20 years of experience in education, Dr. Williams has successfully led significant institutional advancements, including a remarkable 38% increase in enrollment during the 2023-2024 academic year. Her achievements include introducing global partnerships and securing a $9 million grant to integrate virtual and augmented reality into educational programs. Under her leadership at TCICC, has implemented innovative student and faculty development approaches, positioning the institution as a hub for academic excellence and technological integration. Committed to excellence and collaboration, Dr. Williams continues to champion initiatives that align education with the demands of a dynamic global environment. Her dedication to fostering impactful partnerships and creating a thriving educational ecosystem highlights her pivotal role in advancing higher education in the Turks and Caicos Islands and beyond. Our next guest speaker, our second guest speaker, is none other than Pastor Michael St. G. Henry. He was born in Kingston, Jamaica, but grew up in the rural village of Troy in the Cockpit Mountains of Trelawney and the central Jamaican town of Mandeville. He holds a Bachelor of Arts in Religion from West Indies College, now Northern Caribbean University, or NCU. And he holds an MA in Education from Andrews University in Michigan and is presently reading for a PhD in Educational Administration at Northern Caribbean University. Pastor Henry has served at various levels of the education spectrum as a teacher, counselor, principal, and Director of Education or Superintendent of Schools in the SDA K-12 school system, regionally and nationally, as facilitator, lecturer, and administrator at the tertiary level in both public and private education, and also as a teacher, counselor, and administrator in the non-traditional vocational system. As Seventh-day Adventist pastor for over 30 years, he has also served extensively in the youth and music ministries of the church. Presently, he serves the Seventh-day Adventist Church as Director of Education for the Jamaica Union Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, giving professional supervision to 8 high schools, 28 preparatory schools, and 70 early childhood institutions across Jamaica. He desires to give his best for the glory of God and the total development of his children. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's listen to our first presenter or our first speaker, Dr. Candice M. Williams.
Are you hearing me? All right. What if I told you that you could work for an institution where you wouldn't have to write lesson plans, take attendance, or manage classroom supplies? What if I told you that you could focus entirely on engaging with students without worrying about grading every assignment, handling parent communication, or submitting endless reports? What if I told you that your energy could be dedicated to mentoring students and inspiring them to learn, rather than juggling administrative duties? Well, I am here to tell you that you can. You can certainly achieve all of the above and more by maximizing the use of artificial intelligence in the classroom. You can automate time-consuming tasks like lesson planning, attendance tracking, and supply management. With AI at your side as a tool, you'll finally be free to devote your time and energy to what truly matters. That's teaching, mentoring, coaching, and inspiring your students in those you lead. I am Dr. Candice Williams, your presenter for this session on maximizing the utilization of artificial intelligence in the classroom and on school leadership. During the session, we will look at understanding AI and its role in education. We'll also look at AI tools, we'll look at AI in classroom instruction, and we will also explore a case study from the Caribbean perspective, and there will also be a live demonstration. We will also look at AI tools in school leadership, as well as expand with ethical considerations and challenges. Before we go any further, there seems to be a delay in the slide, so just give it a second. So before we go any further, in a few seconds, you should see a QR code. You're asked to scan the QR code and take a quick poll. How frequent frequently do you use AI in your professional role? Is it never? Is it daily? Is it weekly? Is it monthly? All right, so are you seeing the QR code? Are we getting any responses as yet? All right, just another minute. I see the responses coming in. Just another minute to give persons an opportunity to scan the QR code. I'm not sure. I am hearing an echo of someone speaking. All right. So we are getting some responses. All right. So based on the responses, we have one participant, never. Daily, 14 participants. Weekly, 10 participants. Monthly, 4 participants. And the results are continuing to come in, but we'll move along with the presentation. So thank you so much for participating in that quick poll. You'll get an opportunity at the end of the presentation to participate in another poll. All right, so let's dive a little deeper. So what do we mean by AI, and what is its relationship to education? Artificial intelligence, or AI, is a branch of computer science aimed at creating machines that basically mimic human intelligence, hence the term artificial intelligence. It's used to perform tasks that usually require human thought, like understanding language, recognizing patterns, or making decisions. Essentially, AI allows machines to learn, to adapt, and perform tasks just like humans, often more quickly and accurately. It's a rapidly evolving technology that's already a part of our everyday lives. AI in education refers to the integration of intelligent systems that enhance teaching, learning, and administrative processes. AI-driven technologies adapt to individual students' needs by analyzing performance data and personalizing instruction in real time. These systems also process vast amounts of educational data, such as attendance, assessments, and learning patterns, to provide educators and institutional leaders with actionable insights for informed decision-making. Additionally, AI streamlines administrative tasks by automating grading, responding to student inquiries, and facilitating more efficient classroom management, ultimately improving both educational outcomes and operational efficiency. Now, on the next slide, we will explore 3 main AI tools. So the first one, we have reactive AI tools. These are tools that respond to specific inputs or situations like learning from past experiences. For example, Alexa and Siri that we're familiar with. Then you have predictive AI tools. These tools analyze historical data and experiences to predict future events or behaviors. For example, your Netflix subscription. Then we have generative AI tools. These tools generate new content or outputs. Now, this presentation here focuses on generative AI, which basically encompasses chat, generative pre-trained transformer, which we popularly know as ChatGPT, and other new content creation tools. This type of AI has been getting, of course, the most attention recently. Now, when we look at generative AI, it starts with a very large data set, which might include text files, web pages, images, and so many more. The data is used to train a computer algorithm known as a large language model, which we'll just call LLM. Now, LLMs can identify and predict patterns in language. Now, once an LLM is trained, applications like ChatGPT can be built upon them, thereby creating powerful tools that can generate customized content based on a particular user's specifications. Now, while these tools are very much impressive, they of course have their limitations, and their output is dependent on the quality and diversity of the data they were trained on, as well as the skills and knowledge of the human prompting the input. Just need to go back to this slide here. Good. So in education, artificial intelligence has moved from theory to reality, and it's becoming a powerful tool in both classrooms and school leadership. In an article published by UNESCO on the 2025 International Day of Education, UNESCO reiterated the key role of artificial intelligence in global educational transformation, emphasizing the importance of ensuring the development of critical AI literacy and providing educators and students with the necessary skills to understand, to use, and actively participate in creating AI for the benefit of humanity. What is this saying? This is saying that AI is not going anywhere, and it is in our best interest to see how best we can utilize it as a tool. So today, our goal is to understand these applications, see real examples, and also discuss the benefits and challenges of using AI in education and leadership. We'll balance theory with practice, so you walk away from this presentation with concrete ideas on how to harness AI in your future teaching or leadership roles. So in the next slide, let's start with AI in classroom instruction. The primary goal here is to enhance teaching and personalized learning for students. Two of the most important AI tools in classrooms are adaptive learning platforms. These adjust the content or pace based on each student's performance. Then you have intelligent tutoring systems. These provide step-by-step tutoring, almost like a personal tutor for each student. AI can also assist teachers by automatically grading assignments or even helping create lesson content. For example, generating quiz questions or summaries. Some classrooms are experimenting with AI chatbots or virtual teaching assistants that students can ask for help outside of class time. Overall, AI is becoming an assistant to teachers, handling routine tasks and providing individualized support, so teachers can focus more on that one-on-one interaction and creative teaching. So let's examine these tools in more detail. So first, we'll explore adaptive learning platforms. These are AI-powered systems that personalize the learning experience for each student. Now imagine each student working through math problems on a tablet. The platform's AI algorithm analyzes their answers in real time and decides what to give them next. If a student is excelling, the system might present a harder problem. If another student is struggling, it might provide a simpler question or a hint, or revisit a prerequisite concept. This way, every student gets a customized pathway through the material at the right pace and difficulty. What are some of the benefits? Students stay in their zone of challenge. They're not bored by work that's too easy, and they're not lost with work that's too hard. They also receive immediate feedback. For instance, an adaptive platform can quickly show an explanation if a student answers incorrectly, allowing them to learn from mistakes on the spot. There's evidence that this works. There's a study by Newton, an adaptive learning company, found that students using their AI-powered adaptive learning program improved test scores by 62% compared to students who did not use the program. Platforms like Newton and Dreambox are examples of adaptive learning.
Educators, we know that every student comes to class with a different level of ability.
So we're not ready for that yet. Something ahead of me. Thank you. So that next slide actually shows you Dreambox at work. So I'll just jump right into it so you can see what it entails.
As educators, we know that every student comes to class with a different level of ability. But it's impossible for just one teacher to teach all these different student levels at the same time. What we really need is a tutor for every student. We looked for software to help, but we quickly discovered that not all adaptive software is created equal. Many programs took a typical lesson and just converted it to digital worksheets. Another claimed to be adaptive, but all it did was move students faster or slower through the exact same lessons. But one was a revolutionary change, true adaptive learning. Dreambox is the only program designed with an intelligent adaptive learning engine. It starts helping immediately and continuously assesses exactly where students are. It adapts to how they learn in real time and constantly individualizes what each student sees next. In a single minute of use, Dreambox maps, collects, analyzes, and responds to hundreds of pieces of information about how the student thinks and learns. That's tens of thousands of pieces of data every hour. And Dreambox Reading assesses student performance using tens of thousands of comprehension tasks across 18 content levels. The results are amazing. The kids love it. I think it's like having a tutor for every student. A tutor with infinite patience, unlimited data, and a perfect memory. With Dreambox, I can help every student love learning. It's the partner I need in my classroom.
And I certainly do not have any shares in Dreambox, but it is an adaptive learning platform that I came across in my research that was certainly worth sharing with you. All right, so we're moving on to intelligent tutoring systems. These are advanced AI tools that mimic human tutors by engaging students through prompts and step-by-step guidance. Unlike adaptive platforms, intelligent tutoring systems recognizes mistakes, offers hints, and asks guiding questions, much like a real tutor. Now, there are several platforms. What I'm going to show you on the next slide, and I believe this presentation will be made available to you with the necessary links that you can click on and research, do further research on your own after the presentation. So this is a link of Carnegie's Learning. It's an Inside Mathia intelligent tutoring system. Now, to take it a bit closer home, I'm going to show you a video.
Thousands of CSEC students in Trinidad and Tobago now have free access to an AI-powered math tutor thanks to a partnership between B-Mobile and Restore a Sense of ICANN. The Be Smart at Math platform offers personalized tutoring with step-by-step explanations and access to a decade of CSEC past papers. This innovative software is developed by over 40 students and scholars from the University of the West Indies, helps students master complex math concepts at their own pace. B-Mobile invested over $300,000 in the project, aimed at reinforcing their commitment to education. The AI tutor adapts to each student's learning needs, aiming to improve pass rates in math, a subject where performance has been historically low. Teachers and students across the country now have access to this transformative tool through B-Mobile's website.
All right, and that is a case right here in the Caribbean region, right? There's also another story coming out of Trinidad and Tobago as it relates to a pilot program. It's an AI tutor platform as well. So that's what this here is showing you. All right, so we'll go on now to look at AI as an editor and writing tutor. Now, when we look at large language models, they're commonly used as copy editors for writing, and they are very successful in doing so. However, this barely scratches the surface of what these tools can do as editors. Perhaps someone in your classroom has reinforced poor writing habits over years of practice and improper instruction. In that case, what you can do, you can upload an actual sample of their writing into the large language model, and the one that we're going to use after this slide here is ChatGPT. And then you can ask it to generate a summary of grammar and syntax mistakes, identifying any patterns that exist in writing. Furthermore, you can also ask ChatGPT or any large language model to provide lessons or practice exercises that are tailored to the specific sample of writing. Now, this can be a powerful tool for a student who may not have had the opportunity of a strong writing foundation. This can also be leveraged as an instructor to reduce the time required to teach those foundational writing skills that you expect students to come to you with. All right? So we'll jump right into. So I'm going to show you using ChatGPT. This is the task. I have selected a sample of a student's writing. This is the student's writing that I found on the internet. I'm going to put the following prompt into ChatGPT. The prompt is, the file contains a grade 8 student's informative essay. Please generate a clear and concise summary. Please generate a clear and concise summary of all grammar, syntax, and other errors in the writing, highlighting any recurring patterns. This is the actual student's sample that I am going to copy and paste into ChatGPT. So just give me a second and I will have that done. All right, so let me know if you're seeing ChatGPT. Yes, you are. All right, perfect. So here you can see where I pasted the prompt, and I actually was able to paste the actual picture into ChatGPT. So now I'm going to generate the response, and we're just going to see in real time the response from ChatGPT. So we can see here that ChatGPT is sharing with us that it recognized run-on sentences. So there are several sentences containing multiple independent clauses, also incorrect word usage and spelling. There are subject-verb agreement issues, sentence fragments, And then, of course, it lists the recurring patterns. Now, I'm going to pose another prompt into ChatGPT. And this prompt, based on the identified errors, I'm going to now ask ChatGPT to develop a series of lessons or practice exercises specifically designed to address the students' learning gaps. And remember, I am taking on the role as teacher. I am still very much an important factor in this equation. And I also have the opportunity to make the necessary tweaks to what is provided. And then the targeted areas for improvement, and it tells me exactly, it gives me some suggestions on how I can deal with or address the gap, the subject-verb agreement gap. And of course, you can continue to build on what has been supplied. You can customize it. You can, of course, add in your expert advice and your knowledge as well to help tailor the responses to the specific needs of the student. So that is an example of how we can use a large language model as a writing tutor. All right, so we're going to head back into the presentation. So I think you should be seeing that now. All right, so you would notice that I use a prompt into the large language model, and there's certainly an art behind prompt engineering. And just to share some key principles of effective AI prompts, you have context and purpose, you have content depth, so you should specify your level, whether it's introductory, intermediate, tone and style, set the formality and structure of it, indicate how you would like the response to be, whether it's a lesson, whether you want a report or a quiz or a summary, and then of course adjust the prompt as you need to ensure that you get more tailored responses. So for example, a general or basic prompt, generate a lesson plan on AI in education. One that is too broad. There's no instructional approach. It lacks duration and structure. To refine that, you can say create a 60-minute high school computer science lesson plan on AI in education, include a 5-minute warm-up discussion, a 15-minute interactive demonstration, a 20-minute group activity, and a 20-minute assessment task. Here you're being a bit more specific. All right, another type of artificial intelligence in education is immersive learning. And this one is dear to my heart simply because at the community college, the Turks and Caicos Islands Community College, we have embarked on this initiative. Slides, just 1 second. Okay, good. So this initiative is Eon Reality, and Eon Reality is revolutionizing education by integrating AI with augmented and virtual reality to create high immersive learning experiences. Now, what this technology does is that it personalizes education by adapting to students' learning needs and speeds. One of the things I shared with you is that TCICC, we recently embarked or have started to embark on this initiative by signing a grant proposal with Eon Reality to integrate augmented reality and virtual reality into our academic programs. Now, this initiative allows TCICC, our institution, to upload existing course outlines into Eon Reality's AI-powered platform, transforming static content into interactive, immersive lessons that can be tailored to the local context and students' needs. Now, this is a quick video here that will show you how it works.
Reality's immersive education platform is transforming the way students and professionals learn, explore, and engage in the world around them. Dive into captivating 3D environments where lessons come to life, offering a completely new and immersive way to experience education. Harness the power of AI for personalized learning pathways. Stay engaged with interactive assessment and quizzes, allowing you to track your progress and achieve your educational goals. Your understanding with complex model analysis, breaking down intricate subjects to reveal their inner workings. Master skills through simulation-based training scenarios, preparing you for real-world challenges and future success. Join us as we modernize the education.
All right, so that's augmented and virtual reality utilized in the classroom. Now, when we look at school leadership, and AI, there are certainly many benefits as well. For AI and school leadership and administrators, while teachers use AI for instruction, school leaders and administrators can use AI to make more informed decisions and manage schools more effectively. Key AI applications for leaders include the use of predictive analytics. This entails using AI to analyze educational data like attendance, grades, and behavior to predict future outcomes or even identify early warning signs. For example, predicting which student might be at risk of dropping out or failing, so interventions can be done in real time. Then you also have AI driven decision support tools. Now, these can range from advanced systems like optimizing complex tasks, rather creating a master timetable, or simpler AI assistants that can help with daily administrative work, like drafting a newsletter or answering parent questions via a chatbot. Now, when we look at predictive analytics for school leaders, you look at those systems that can perhaps give you early warning systems, which will use to predict how students will perform and identify those at-risk students. Okay, so how does it work? The AI looks for patterns and risk factors. For example, it might learn that a combination of many absences and a drop in GPA in perhaps the early years of high school correlates with a higher chance of not graduating from high school on time. Now, this system then flags students who currently exhibit similar patterns. School counselors or administrators get an alert, and for example, let's say 10 students are high risk this semester. The idea is to enable interventions, meetings with those students, tutoring, mentoring, engaging with parents before the situation becomes dire. There are notable success stories. A large school district in the Western U.S. implemented an AI-driven early warning system and saw dramatic results by identifying at-risk students as early as kindergarten and providing timely support. They were able to boost their graduation rate up to 95%. A popular example of a higher education institution is told of Georgia State University. They use predictive analytics on 10 years of student data to transform their advisement process. Now, advisors were notified the moment a student hit a risk indicator, and they reached out to them almost immediately. And now, over a decade, Georgia State University increased its graduation rate by 23%, and eliminated achievement gaps between different student groups. All right, so we're winding down, and of course, we look at a lot of benefits, and some limitations were explored. However, it is extremely important for any presentation on AI to look at the ethical considerations and challenges. Now, while AI offers exciting possibilities, it also comes with ethical considerations and challenges that we must proactively manage. One, if an AI system is trained on biased data or uses inappropriate factors, it can produce biased outcomes. AI might inadvertently favor or disfavor certain groups of students. This is a big issue in AI ethics, ensuring that the technology treats students fairly regardless of race, gender, or background. We should demand that AI tools in education are tested for bias and that their decision criteria are as transparent as possible. It's also important to involve diverse stakeholders in designing these systems. Now, UNESCO emphasizes that while AI can improve inclusion and equality, we need a solid framework to engage an ethical, inclusive, and equitable approach. Then you have the issue of privacy and data security. AI systems often rely on large amounts of student data, academic records, maybe even behavioral data. We have a duty to protect this data. Schools must comply with privacy laws and ethical standards. That means being clear about what data is collected, how it is used, obtaining consent where required, and safeguarding data from breaches. So, for example, if you're using a cloud-based AI service, is the student data encrypted? Who can access it? Data of minors is very sensitive, and trust is paramount. Any AI adoption should come with a conversation about data privacy and cybersecurity measures. And then, of course, you have the teacher role and training. And I think the common question or fear is that if AI will replace teachers. I think the clear consensus in research and practice is no. But of course, teachers' roles will certainly evolve. AI is a tool that can automate certain tasks or provide analytics, but human teachers are, of course, irreplaceable for many reasons: mentorship, social, emotional support, professional judgment, and of course, so many more. However, teachers do need training to feel comfortable with AI. If you adopt a new AI system into a school without professional development, teachers might not use it effectively, or they might even resist it, understandably so. Then you have academic integrity. With generative AI like ChatGPT readily available, students have new ways to cheat or plagiarize. For example, a student might have AI write an essay, and I'm pretty sure you've seen it before. This is a real challenge schools and universities are grappling with right now. It calls for updated honor codes and plagiarism detection tools, however, which themselves are using AI to catch AI-generated text. More constructively, though, is an opportunity to teach students about ethical use of AI, much like we teach proper research citation. Perhaps an essay assignment now might explicitly allow AI assistance for early drafts, but require the student to perhaps document their process or critique the AI's input. Whatever it is, we just need to be alert that AI, like any powerful tool, can be misused, and we have to guide students in using it responsibly. In closing, when we look at artificial intelligence, it holds tremendous promise for education. We've seen how it can personalize learning in the classroom and provide data-driven insights in school leadership. If used wisely, let me just make sure we're on the right side. If used wisely and ethically, AI can help us achieve more inclusive and high-quality education, aligning with the goals like UNESCO's vision of AI. It's important to view this as a human-AI partnership. Think of AI as taking on the heavy lifting of data analysis and repetitive tasks, while humans focus on what we do best, being creative, empathizing, and using critical judgment. A teacher with AI is still very much a teacher, but perhaps it will be a teacher who has more time to mentor students individually because the AI helped grade last night's homework and identify which students need extra help today. A principal with AI support is still the decision maker and the head of the institution, but it may be a principal who is better informed and less bogged down in paperwork, able to be more present with parents, students, and teachers. Active institutions. You don't have to implement everything at once. You might start small, but pilot an adaptive learning app in one subject or try out an AI tool for routine tasks in the office. Whatever you do, monitor the results, get feedback from users, and amend as you see fit. Make sure that you're training your staff on the new tools from day one. And from day one, you set ethical guidelines. Communicate what is acceptable versus unacceptable. And with that, I encourage us all to approach AI in education with optimism and caution. Embrace innovation to better support our students, but always keep our professional ethics and empathy at the forefront. AI is the means to an end, and that end being improved learning and success for every student. Thank you. And this is the QR code for you to just answer this final question. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Please stand by for the Q&A after the second presentation. We are now ready for our second guest speaker, Pastor Michael St. G. Henry.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning, I think. It is such a pleasure to be a part of this experience. I am grateful for the opportunity to share with you, and I have been enriched. I have learned quite a bit from the presentation that has just finished. Let me just ask, do I upload, do I share from here, or will the presentation be shared from the office? All right. Let me share. Are you seeing my presentation? Are you seeing my presentation? Thank you. So I'd like to share with you for a little bit on the implement schools in Jamaica Union. This is a practical look at what happens in our schools as we seek to implement our unique philosophy. Let me just summarize where we're looking in this brief abstract that says holistic education, though it is considered to be one and the same as holistic education. That's holistic education with a W, though it is equated with holistic education spelled without the W, is in fact different. It is the approach to education embraced by the Seventh-day Adventist education system and articulated in the Adventist philosophy of education. It is what is practiced in Seventh-day Adventist schools, and though its implementation falls short of being ideal because of many factors, its tenets can be clearly seen in the administrative principles, in the pedagogy, and in the ethos that pervades the typical school campus. As we look at education, it is important to define or to contextualize some of the terms that we will use. Education has so many definitions depending on person's outlooks on life and what they are aiming for. But I've chosen to surf and to extract from and to come up with what I consider to be somewhat of an eclectic definition. And so pardon me for coming up with an original definition, so to speak. But I see education, at least for this presentation, as the process of imparting and acquiring the knowledge, skills, and attitudes needed to equip the learner for survival, for community, for productive citizenship, self-actualization, and God-given destiny. By Jamaica Union, for those of you who are not familiar with the setting of the Seventh-day Adventist Church, it is just the entire territory of Jamaica as served by the church. Now, holistic education, and notice how I put both spellings, the W and the H together, and that's for a reason, is defined by Clark in 2006 as a comprehensive approach to teaching where educators seek to address the emotional, social, ethical, and academic needs of students in an integrated learning format. In other words, putting the whole person together. Now, holistic and holistic, W and H, are often used interchangeably, though we see the term holistic far more commonly used in educational literature. Holistic, that's with just the H alone, applied mostly to the medical field, and that's where the term developed to become significant, because it was a reaction against traditional medicine, which sought to relate to the disease as the disease alone, without giving full thought to other factors outside of the physical realm, emotional factors, social factors, and so on, in causing disease. And as such, the treatment of the disease was without consideration for those other factors. Now, Holistic approaches have their roots in Eastern mysticism, in occult and New Age philosophy, again, developing mostly in medicine. Things like acupuncture and other types of non-traditional medicine have their roots in holistic thought. Applied to education, holistic thoughts are rooted in humanistic approaches and humanistic thinkers, popular humanistic thinkers are Carl Rogers, Abraham Maslow, Maslow and Bloom from Bloom's taxonomy. Holistic thought in education, on the contrary, embraces a theistic worldview, the acknowledgement of God. It acknowledges and embraces the centrality of God's influence in the life of the individual. In education, the parallels to holism and holism are real and relevant as they are in health. Because holistic education seeks to recognize, harmonize, and balance the attention of all dimensions of the learner, the physical, the mental, the social, and so on. Holistic education, Adventist theology, and the Seventh-day Adventist anthropology, the view of man. And I won't take time to go into these verses. I'm just putting them there because it is biblically rooted and sees man as a composite being. St. Luke 2 verse 52 describes the development of Christ. That Jesus developed in wisdom, stature, favor with God, favor with man, saying he developed physically, spiritually, mentally, and socially, seen as a rounded total development. And that is the aim and objective in the pursuit of Adventist education, a holistic education, spelled there with a W. And so what is the purpose of Adventist education? Because it is important to know why we educate and why it is that we have embraced a particular philosophy. Ellen White, who articulates the philosophy of Adventist education succinctly in the book Education, has put it this way. It has to do with the whole being, that's education, and with the whole period of existence possible to man. I have highlighted these two phrases or these two clauses in Ellen White's statements because they include the word whole. And it is not by accident that she has included them there, because having to do with the whole being acknowledges the multidimensional nature of the human being, and the whole period of existence possible to man acknowledges that we do not just look at life as it is right now, but we acknowledge the reality of a life after this life. And as such, education acknowledges both expressions of the word whole. It is a harmonious development of the physical, the mental, and the spiritual powers. And so the purpose of education, therefore, is to restore in man the image of his maker. We acknowledge that when man was made as a whole being, and that is what constitutes the image of man. So she goes on to say it is to promote the development of mind, body, and soul, again, acknowledging that multidimensionalism, and to point out that to restore the image of God in man is to restore the acknowledgement of the multidimensionalism and the balance between the many dimensions. And so she goes on to say that in the highest sense, the work of education, the work of redemption are one. This restoration is in fact restoring in man his original status, the work of redemption. We're talking here about Christian education. Night 2016, so that to aid the student in coming to a relationship with Christ, this should be the teacher's first effort and his constant aim. This is the purpose of Adventist Christian education. Now, For those of you who have read the book Animal Farm, you remember the statement there that says all men are equal, but some are more equal than others. I borrowed that and adapted it to what we're talking about by saying all dimensions are equal, but one is more equal than the others. Acknowledging all the dimensions, there is one that takes primacy. Colossians 1 verse 17 says that all things consist in God, and as such, we recognize the centrality of the spiritual in our educational pursuits. This little diagram helps to express this a little more clearly. Here we have the human person, a diagram representing the human person with the dimensions, the spiritual, mental, physical, and social dimensions. And I want to acknowledge, you have the psychological, emotional, and all of that. On the other hand, so this is holistic education with an H, because holistic education acknowledges the spiritual, but does not see the spiritual as we see the spiritual, as rooted in God. And as such, it is treated as just another factor. But on the other hand, there is holistic education spelled with a W, and the spiritual is central to all of that and impacts all of the other areas. It's pervasive in its influence on the other areas. Now, as we talk about implementing holistic education in our schools, there are certain challenges that we face, and they can be classified into categories. There is the challenge, the philosophical foundations affecting policies and practices. How do we establish our education? What are the rules and guidelines affecting our institutions, our staff, and their functions? And then there's educational sustainability, which has to do with the direct teaching learning process. Pedagogy, what are the methodologies that we use? How is it that we relate to our students, and so on. In looking, therefore, at the implementation, there are certain realities and constraints that we have to acknowledge. The first and significant one is that SDA schools in Jamaica do not have an SDA curriculum, even though we have an SDA philosophy of education. But we utilize this curriculum that is provided by the Ministry of Education. And that in itself creates a certain dissonance overcome in our practices, which is why the implementation, how it is implemented, becomes so significant. Night 2016 reminds us that biblical Christianity is unique. Therefore, the curricular stance of Adventist education should be unique. In other words, we should have a curriculum that is built fundamentally and primarily on our philosophical posture, but that is not the case. Another factor that influences and provides constraints in providing a rounded education, and we will come back to that in a little bit. But recognizing that the delivery of the curriculum includes the entire enterprise. We're not just talking about the academics or the teaching learning process, but the purpose of education, the setting, the teacher, the student, the program of studies, the methods we use, the activities, and the results that come out of our education. All of these are governed by our philosophy and by our perspective on education. So with all of these being considered, and with the constraints that I just mentioned, the institutions still endeavor and succeed within limitations to deliver a holistic education in keeping with the Seventh-day Adventist philosophy of education and in keeping with the aims and purposes of true education. So in implementing it in the schools, what do we do? First of all, there is a focus on employing workers who share the philosophy and goals of the school. And that is important because as Knight pointed out, that the philosophical position of the workers would be important because they must share that philosophy. If the curriculum is delivered from the perspective of a philosophy that we do not embrace, and we are using that curriculum to teach from our philosophical position, then it is very important that those who are interpreting the curriculum and applying the curriculum are fully on board where our philosophical position is concerned. So the setting of standards of Christian lifestyle and commitment, this is something else that is very important as we implement, that these principles and standards must be evident in the lives of the persons who are teaching, who are interpreting the curriculum, who are applying it to our students. Ellen White again emphasizes the importance of the principles being lived and not just being articulated, because we know that values are more readily caught than taught. We not only have to set these standards, but we need to ensure that the documents that guide the lives of our teachers and students and the process of education, that these reflect our philosophical position. Then there is the FTL. Usually we say IFL, the integration of faith in learning. I have chosen to introduce the T there because I do believe that the integration of faith in teaching is perhaps where we need to focus more. So the teaching learning process must go on with the acknowledgement of our faith position. And this faith position, again, is the position of holistic education, the understanding that we're dealing with a whole person, and that the impact of the spiritual and the other dimensions of our lives is important. Then there's a cross-subject integration. Anderson, Crothwell, and others, 2000, bring back to us the consciousness that we have to acknowledge all dimensions. Benjamin Bloom, in his taxonomy, he speaks about the cognitive, the psychomotor, the affective, and how important it is to pay attention to all of these dimensions and these domains in the teaching learning experience. And thus, we do that by letting our teachers understand that while we're teaching one subject, we need to have a rounded understanding of the educational domain. And so in teaching mathematics, our students need to use the language properly, and they need to it is good when the math teacher can express or give assignments acknowledging the principles taught in biology and in agriculture and so on, so that students get a better understanding of the fact that they are not compartmentalized entities, but knowledge is an integrated whole, and all aspects of the person should be acknowledged at the same time. Then there's the creation of a campus ethos that recognizes the importance of every student and the eternal consequences of for just an academic experience, but that students, their humanity is recognized, their emotions are acknowledged, the social backgrounds from which they come, this is acknowledged. The teachers visit the homes, the Home and School Association, or PTA, plays an integral role, and there is the effort to harmonize these three important social domains: the home, the church, and the school, bringing them together to create a sort of family setting on our campuses. The focus on the spiritual looking now at the various domains one by one very quickly. The primacy of Bible instructors. There's a teaching of Bible as a subject, not just religious education, but using the Bible itself. There we have
Okay. There is an internet connectivity issue at the moment. So internet dropped. So we can continue. We can give a round of applause to our presenter, Pastor Michael St. George Henry. Thank you so much. We are now ready for the Q&A, and Mr. Berlan Panton, an assistant professor at the Department of Teacher Education, will lead out in the Q&A. Pastor Henry and Dr. Candice, please get ready.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vince Leader. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for being here. I have strict orders that my Q&A is 10 minutes long. And by extension, may I express gratitude to Dr. Williams from the Turks and Caicos and Pastor Michael Henry for two very interesting presentations. I note that the first one, which focused on AI, generated quite a bit of stir in the audience. And I suspect, therefore, that you would be having questions or comments for Dr. Williams. May I therefore invite that you queue up for those of you interested in asking questions? By the same token, Pastor Henry, if you are able to hear me, I recognize that there were some glitches that was taking place whilst your presentation. But an interesting twist concept of the holistic, the WHO and the HOLSTIC approaches to education in faith-based institutions such as ours at Northern Caribbean University. My question to Pastor Henry, whilst I'm waiting for individuals to come, would be, would you be able to separate really holistic, as in HOL, from WHOL in faith-based institutions? Or would it be that we would be doing one and the same? And I'm not sure if Pastor Henry is with us. We're having some audio issues. In the meantime,
there is an online question to Dr. Williams, addressed to Dr. Williams. How do you anticipate that the role of the teacher will evolve with the increased use of AI? That's from Renisha Scarlett, online.
Dr. Williams?
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please.
The question is, how do you anticipate that the role of the teacher will evolve with the increased use of AI?
Oh, thank you so much for that. Well, the role of the teacher is always evolving, especially as we're in a technological driven world, as well as the number of students that we have in our care. Now, with the use of AI, their role will continue to evolve, because it means then that as a teacher and educational leader, you have additional tools at your disposal so that you are able to maximize your roles and responsibilities as an educator. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we were hearing to some degree. If you could get a little volume on that audio. In the meantime, is this another question for Dr. Williams?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, as a teacher, AI make the work easy for us. But my question is, did your research cover how AI can affect students' learning because they become too dependent on AI-generated software, so less reading take place?
Yes. When we're looking at AI, we have, one of the points I made during my research is that we have to communicate those ethical standards or those guidelines from the onset. Before you're able to introduce AI in any classroom or any institution, it's important that you have certain policies in place. Those policies should indicate exactly how AI should be used, to what extent it will be used, and also I think what needs to be promoted is that AI is a tool. Now, misuse and dependence come as a result of not having certain guidelines or policies in place. But I am pretty confident that once we're able to indicate what those guidelines are, and we teach our students as well as our teachers on how we can utilize AI as a tool, I think there will be a less dependence on AI. And of course, we also need to continue with the critical thinking. We need to continue with those soft skills as well that will help us or balance out the use of AI in the classroom.
Thank you so much. Another question for Dr. Williams.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Williams. That's excellent. While I was listening and looking at the ease of AI being able to get your work done, I teach, and when I finish, I never ask AI to do summary for my class, but I realize when the summaries come in, they are well done, and I was reading it. I said to my husband, I didn't ask AI to do this for me. I did not activate the AI, but the summary, when I read it, it was very good. It takes every detail, what I said, with my name, how the student responded, what they said, even the prayer that we prayed in class. AI took note of it. Honestly, I felt invaded because I didn't activate the AI. I was just using my NCU regular teaching tool. And when you would have recorded your class as a regular recording, it sends it back to you in your email to say the recording is ready. So I said, let me look at it so I know what my student will see when they go to look at the recording. And sometimes when they miss classes, you say, go back there, you will see the recording. So I try to behave like the students, and I saw all of that. I was not so pleased with some of the things the AI took into account. All right? That is one part. The next part now is we at NCU, when the students do assignments, we take them through Turnitin to see if you are plagiarized. So now, with AI, what do we do? If they go and use the AI to do all of the assignments, and the thing come in just as I'm reading some assignments recently, I said, no, sir. Even the way you attempt the question, the language of the subject, the way it is being placed, that does not sound like my student. And I know them. When I ask them in class, I know what they say to me. I know how they will attempt that question. But when you not tell them to do something and it come in a very defined, detailed way, don't look at time, these are very critical things. We are educators, so what do we do? Thank you. Do we give them 0 because we know it was AI generated? You hear the student now say no, the student say no. So what do the teacher say? What does the university say? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And while I agree with the sentiments you shared, I agree wholeheartedly as an educator with the sentiments you shared. I think the important part in addressing that concern is teaching the students how to use AI properly. I shared an example with you how perhaps you can introduce AI in the classroom. Let's say, for example, ChatGPT. You can put the assignment into AI as an educator and see what responses the AI will actually give you as it relates to your assignment. Then you can show students how they can then utilize that response to perhaps improve on their assignment. Another way in doing it as well is perhaps using an assignment and then showing students how they can use AI as a tool to brainstorm the various sections and in terms of how to approach the assignment. Also, we can get students to, once they have an assignment or a prompt or a topic, you can then ask them to brainstorm on their own and then feed that information into AI to see how they can develop on the idea. So I think the long and short of it is proper training needs to be done as it relates to the utilization of AI in the classroom. We need to teach our students the proper use of it. We need to highlight the misuses and so they can actually see how AI can be used as a tool and not as a replacement of them as a student.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response, and thank you for your questions. And as we glean from the presentation today, that AI is here to stay. AI is here to enhance our personal and scholastic development. What we need to be cognizant of is that AI is a means to an end and not the end of the means. Thank you. Thank you so much. And as Pastor Henry reminded us, that even with the limitations of implementing in our Adventist institutions, faith-based institutions is a way of life, and that's the only way that we're going to effectively implement it in our institutions. Thank you so much for your presentations.
Thank you so much, Mr. Panton. Now we will proceed to the series of presentations from our students from our department, DGEL, and also from TED, or Teacher Education Department. So the first presenter is Mrs. Belinda Thompson Bramwell. Mrs. Bramwell has been in the teaching profession for more than 25 years, and she holds a Master of Arts in Education with an emphasis in school administration from Northern Caribbean University. And at present, Mrs. Bramwell is one of our students at the Department of Graduate Education and Leadership, pursuing a PhD in Curriculum and Instruction. Mrs. Bramwell, take it away.
Thank you very much. I am delighted to share with you my research under the topic, the effect of ethics instruction on ethical decision-making of students at a selected university in Jamaica. And I'll try to go as quickly as I can. So, ethical decision-making is important in our interpersonal interaction every day, okay? And the absence of that will result in a society that lacks ethical behavior. And we have seen that in our own society that has been plagued over the years with high crime rate and violence and corruption and all the rest. So let me share with you quickly the statement of the problem. Every day we experience the consequences of people's lack of ethical behavior. You might have experienced that several times since morning. And of course, this lack results in lawlessness and high crime rate, as I mentioned earlier. So, what is the purpose of this research? Okay. This study intended to determine the effects or the effect of ethics instruction on students' ethical decision making. Good. And as a citizen of Jamaica, this is where I live, I intend to go nowhere. It is my hope that the results of this research will generate new discussions about the need to teach ethics in our schools. And hopefully it will inspire all stakeholders that ethics instruction is important and ethics should be taught in schools. So, what are the questions that I seek to answer? I had two research questions. Number one, what is the effect of ethics instruction on students' ethical decision making? And number two, is there a significant difference in the ethical decision making of students based on gender, religious affiliation, and the educational background of their parents? Two hypotheses were tested. Number one, ethics instruction has no significant impact on students' ethical decision making. And number two, there is no significant difference in the ethical decision making of students based on gender, religious affiliation, and educational background of their parents. In the interest of time, I'll quickly tell you that based on the literature review, yes, ethics instruction has proven to be beneficial to students, right? That's according to one set of researchers. But on the other hand, another set of researchers believe that ethics instruction may not be as effective as we expect it to be. So let's see what my research reveals. Now, oh boy. How did I get there? Okay, so the research approach and design. So based on the research question, the study utilized a quantitative approach and a quasi-experimental design. And the quasi-experimental design seeks to determine cause and effect relationship between independent and dependent variable. The population and sampling, so I used a cluster sampling technique, and so 50 students were selected, and this represents the entire class, one entire class doing social and professional ethics during the spring of 2024. And the number of students for the sampling was calculated using a sample size calculator created by Smart Survey. And based on this calculation, 45 students were deemed an appropriate number, providing a convenience level of 95%, margin of error plus or minus 5. So the instrument. The instrument for this study consisted of 15 items, which were divided into 2 sections. Section 1 was consisted of the Santa Clara Ethics Scale developed by Dr. Thomas Plant. And this section responded to the research question number 1, which asked, what is the effect of ethics instruction on students' ethical decision making? Meanwhile, section 2 collected demographic data, which asked questions about religious affiliation, parents' educational background, as well as gender. The data collection. So, after securing the required permission, I met with the students, explained to them the procedures, and those who desired to participate, they consented. A pre-test was administered at the start of the course and a post-test at the end. Now, what are the findings? The findings for research question number 1, what is the effect of ethics instruction on students' ethical decision making? The results show that the ethical decision making scores were higher at the end of the ethics course. So if you look at the statistics shown, the descriptive statistics, you will notice that at the beginning, the mean score was 30.42, whereas at the end, the mean score was 34.58. Looking closer at the statistics, you will also notice that the p-value is 0.05, which is significant, right? And therefore, I had to reject the null hypothesis, which states that ethics instruction had no significant effect on students' ethical decision making. looking more at the result, at question number 2, I should have practiced to use this before. Oh, all right. So, in response to research question number 2, the results showed that females showed greater improvement at the end of the course than males. Right? So the student, it would appear as though the female students responded better than the male students. And you will see where the females had a higher score at the end than the males. As it relates to the educational background of parents as well as religious affiliations, there was no difference. Right? There was no difference between, and we had just 2 categories under religious affiliation. We had SDA Christians and non-SDA Christians. There was no difference. And at the score at the start of the course was relatively the same at the end. So, what are the recommendations? I presented 3 recommendations. Number 1, ethics should be taught at all levels of the educational system because the evidence showed that the teaching of ethics does improve the ethical decision making of students. So I believe it should be taught. Number 2, I am recommending that further studies be done to determine the methods of instruction that are most effective in reaching all students, males and females alike. Just in case is a method of instruction why the males did not improve as much as the females. And finally, parents should be exposed. They should be able to access ethics instruction. In this way, they will be able to help their children prepare to make ethical decisions as they go out in society. Basically, this is the end of my presentation. The references that are used on the slides are there, and so you can read more if you so desire.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bramwell. Now, we are going to listen to a collaborative research presentation from our students coming from the Teacher Education Department. And the first presenter is none other than Farion Natasha Lee. She is a 4th-year student at Northern Caribbean University, pursuing a Bachelor of Arts degree in primary education in the Department of Teacher Education Department. And together with her in this research is none other than her lecturer or her professor, Dr. Carla Boswell Lewis. And Dr. Carla is a trained principal, having received the professional qualification for principalship from the National College for Educational Leadership, or we call it ANSEL. And she holds a doctoral in educational leadership from the University of Central Nicaragua and a master's degree in education with emphasis in curriculum and instruction. After the first presenter, we will be listening to another presentation, again from our student, and she is Paulette Robinson. Paulette Robinson is also has also collaborated with Professor or Dr. Boswell. So, Paulette is also a student at TED, and she is pursuing a Bachelor of Arts in Early Childhood Education. After Paulette Robinson's presentation, there's another student from same department, Teacher Education Department, and she is Samantha Old. Samantha has been a teacher for over 5 years, specializing in primary and kindergarten education. Currently, she is a part-time student at the College of Education and Leadership, where she is pursuing a Bachelor of Science in Primary Education through the Department of Teacher Education at Northern Caribbean University. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first presenter, the second and the third will follow.
All protocols observed. Okay. Reading to build knowledge imbues reading activities with a clear purpose that is motivating. Berkeley 2018. Berkeley 2018 emphasized the transformative power of literature and how it can enrich our minds and souls. It was further reiterated that reading not only expands our knowledge, but also helps us to develop empathy, critical thinking skills, and creativity. What is differentiated instruction? Layton 2020 described differentiated instruction as a way of thinking about teaching, which suggests that we establish very clear learning goals, and then that we teach with the eye on the student. In other words, we're tailoring the instructions to meet individual learning needs. Background to the problem. In Jamaica, some of our teachers at the primary level are overwhelmed with various problems that duly affect the standards and quality of the students' academic performances. However, as teachers, it is our due diligence to ensure that the students entrusted in our care are adequately prepared to master all core areas. Harvey and Goudvis 2000 elaborated on the importance of why teaching comprehension is important. The purpose of this research was to assess how teachers can use two different strategies, making inferences and the KWL in the grade 2 class enhanced for comprehension. Hold on. One moment, please. However, as teachers, I read that already, sorry. The researcher came across these problems. Students were greatly challenged with comprehension. It affected their performances in other subject areas. It affected the daily schedules in the classroom, and the students lacked focus and motivation. The purpose of this research was to assess how teachers can use two different strategies, making inferences and the KWL in a grade 2 class enhanced poor comprehension skills. The goal of this research was to find out all the possible causes or barriers that are contributing to poor comprehension skills in and outside of the classroom environment and come up with a possible solution to remediate the problem. The research questions that was focused are: what is the present level of attainment in the reading comprehension of students in the grade 2 class? What are some of the possible factors that may be contributing to poor comprehension skills in the grade 2 class? And how and to what extent can the use of making inferences and the use of the KWL strategy, know, want to know, and learn, be used to enhance the comprehension skills of the grade 2 students? Now we move on to the literature review. Ismaili and Marina 2018 stated that the differentiated instructions can be applied to meet the educational demands of all students. The author said that all learners do not learn at the same pace. As a result, the mode of differentiated instruction requires that teachers be more flexible in their approach towards teaching and adapting their syllabus and teaching learners, and not just the learners to the syllabus. On the contrary, Lightway's 2013 underscored how differentiated instructions can be applied in primary or tertiary institutions. Lightway's study revealed that differentiated instructions are student-centered learning that accommodates students from a substandard level and needs rigorous support from a well-qualified person in the teaching profession. Research has shown that when differentiated instructions is applied in the classroom, the student's performance level is exceptional. Miller 2016 stated, and I quote, "Project-based learning naturally lends itself to differentiated instructions," while FAM 2012 outlined that differentiated instruction is becoming critical in higher education due to the students' diversity and background knowledge. The research design. The researcher used qualitative design because it is used inductive approaches to generate novel insights into the phenomena that are difficult to measure quantitatively. The qualitative design allowed the individual experience to be highlighted because it was done in action. The data gathering instruments that were used are pre- and post-tests, observation, focus groups, questionnaire, and lesson plans. The results and findings. What is the present level of attainment in reading comprehension of students in the grade 2 class? 50% of the class were able to read up to their level and were also able to comprehend what they were reading. 20% were able to read and comprehend just from the grade 3 level, and the last 30% were able to read up to a grade 1 and 2 level and comprehend, but at the grade 3 level they could not read. They could read but not comprehend the passage. What were some of the possible factors that may be contributing to poor comprehension skills in the grade 2 class? After observation, the researcher noticed that 30% had poor decoding skills and were unable to make inferences and draw conclusions when they read. The researcher paid keen observation to the 30%, but also observed the students from the 50% to see what made their reading comprehension so high when compared to the others. Research question number 3. How and to what extent can the use of making inferences and the use of the KWS strategy, know, want to know, and learn be used to enhance poor comprehension skills in the grade 2 class? 30% who had poor decoding skills, poor comprehension skills, were able to decode and make inferences, and they started to improve by 15%. They were able to use the KWS strategy by themselves. 50% improved even more and could read at the grade 5 level, and the remaining 20% also showed signs of improvement. Responses from both parents and teachers have shown that parents need to be more active in their students' reading. The research has shown that parental involvement in the students' reading has significant implications for their academic success and overall development. When parents started taking on an active role in their students' reading habits, they motivated the students to read more. Conclusion. The research revealed that when strategies such as KWL and making inferences were used to enhance poor comprehension skills, it supported struggling readers at a higher level. Additionally, it highlighted the importance of parental involvement, which not only boosted the student's confidence, but also fostered a deeper understanding of taking them to a higher level of critical thinking and making inferences. Recommendations to teachers. Use different reading comprehension strategies in the classroom to enhance students' reading comprehension. Teach these strategies individually or in groups and use the most effective way you think it will come across to the students. To parents, as a parent, you need to be more involved in your child's education, especially when it comes on to reading. Motivate your child through activities, and you as a parent can make reading fun. Sit and talk with them. Help them break word up in syllabus and make word cards with them as they relate to whatever passage or story they are reading. And those are my references, and thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. The topic that I looked at is utilization of choral and echo reading to help 5-year-olds to read fluently. The research proposal was aimed at researching and using strategies to help 5-year-olds in my class at New Beginnings, early childhood institution to read fluently at their age level. It was clearly outlined that this research was to examine an approach that could be used in the classrooms to assist students who were reading below their age level. It was observed that these 5-year-old students had difficulty comprehending what they were reading, so hence they could not read fluently. It was important to find solutions to help them to develop a positive attitude towards reading fluently at their grade level. Furthermore, 12 teachers representing the early childhood institutions shared a similar problem with the same age group in a general workshop. During the discussion, our findings were that students in our zone were struggling with reading. Not only that, but early childhood schools in Manchester had identified a similar problem. Problem statement. 5-year-old students in an early childhood class were not performing proficiently in reading fluently at their age level. They lacked confidence and struggled to read. Strategies utilized were choral and echo reading to assist students with weaknesses. This had been a problem since they transitioned from their previous grade in September of 2022. Based on the aforementioned concern, it was decided that a research could be done to help understand the phenomenon and provide best practices to alleviate the same. The research questions. What were parents' perceptions of their children's challenges with reading? What were students' attitude towards reading? Did the utilization of choral and echo reading improve students' reading fluency? Selected literature on my major variables. According to Lynch 2022, choral reading was reading aloud in unison with a whole class or a group of learners. Codan and Akol 2018 stated that it would be helpful to touch upon the features of 3 strategies used in the study. The repeated reading strategy was one of the rereading of short, meaningful paragraphs until the student reached a satisfactory level of fluency. In an activity, the accomplished reader began by reading the text orally to the striving reader, and then the striving reader read the text aloud. Choral reading was an effective method to improve the reading fluency of learners with exceptionalities. It was important when using echo reading for decoding words that you made sure to use points when reading so students could gain letter-to-print concept. The automaticity theory helped to find those who had problems with reading speed. Methods used. This method was qualitative action research. Action research was a form of participatory inquiry that combined reflection with action to identify solutions to social and economic problems. Action research could be performed by individuals or groups and could focus on issues in the researcher's workplace, community, school, or another setting. It typically involves several phases that might have included different identification, generation, and testing of possible solutions, planning for implementing and identified solution, gathering information on the impact of the solution, assessing impacts, and developing guidelines for future practice. The respondents. The sample for this action proposal was chosen from K3 class consisted of 30 students, 18 boys and 12 girls. Among the 30 students, a mixture of 6 boys and 5 girls were chosen as a sample. These students were chosen because they were constantly failing, late, and showed no improvement at their age level. Also, they were generally late for reading classes in the mornings. Some of these students traveled a long distance, either by taxi or walking. Data gathering instrument. In this research, 4 different tools were used: interview, pre-test, post-test, and questionnaire. The results. Reading fluency is an essential component of several successful readers. Data collected was examined utilizing thematic analysis, evaluated and representation made using bar charts, pie charts, and tables. The conclusion was that choral and echo reading were strategies that contributed to students' academic performances through engagement in reading groups, repeated reading. The majority of the parents, 60%, said choral and echo reading helped their children to read better. During the intervention, parents noticed positive changes, increased engagement, enthusiasm, and smoother reading with fewer errors. A fluent reader not only demonstrates ease of word recognition, but also indicates that the reader comprehends what is being read. This research was initiated to ascertain how the utilization of choral and echo reading helps students to read fluently. The findings. Findings were presented in table, pie chart, and bar charts. Among 11 students, the majority of 6 students expressed experiencing great improvement in their fluency regarding the effectiveness of choral and echo reading. They reported feeling more confident and proficient in their reading skills. The research found that both parents and teachers viewed choral and echo reading as effective for improving fluency in 5 years old. Concluding, this research sought to assist struggling 5 years old in K3 early childhood classroom school in Clarendon, Jamaica, through utilization of echo and choral reading to develop their reading fluency. Over time, both choral and echo reading methods consistently demonstrated their efficiency in enhancing fluency and confidence in reading. These strategies were regarded as valuable tools for future researchers aiming to bolster students' self-assurance in collective reading activities. The recommendations, first one were for the Ministry of Education. The study suggests that early intervention in reading fluency should be prioritized. For teachers, teachers are encouraged to integrate group activities in which students can share comprehension and address many misconceptions with the teacher's guidance. Second pointer, planning engaging activities. Interactive methods such as choral and echo reading should be employed to sustain students' interest, involvement during reading lessons. The next recommendation is to the stakeholders. It is vital that training programs for teachers be evaluated regularly to ensure effectiveness in teaching reading strategies. And these are my references, and I thank you.
Good afternoon to you all protocols observed. I am pleased to share my research finding exploring the benefits of gamified activities on students' development at a primary school students' ages from 6 to 8. Games and gamification both can lead to high levels of learners' engagement and motivation. What is gamification? Simple, gamified activities. Gamified activities refers to educational experiences that incorporate elements of game design, such as challenges, rewards, and interactivity into non-game contexts to enhance engagement and motivation amongst learners. Problems statement. This research aims to address the following question. 1. How do gamified activities impact students' development, including cognitive, social, and emotional aspects at a primary school for students aged 6 to 8? 2. By investigating this problem, the study seeks to contribute valuable insights into the effectiveness of gamified activities in promoting holistic student development within the primary school context. Purpose of the study: despite the increasing recognition of gamified activities as a promising approach to enhance students' development in primary education, there remains a need for systematically investigate and understand the specific benefits of gamification for primary school students aged 6 to 8. While anecdotal evidence suggests that gamified activities can engage students, foster collaboration, and promote learning, empirical research on the effectiveness of gamification in addressing the diverse needs and developmental challenges of young learners in this age group is limited. Research questions. How do gamified activities impact students' development, motivation, engagement, and learning outcomes at a primary school for students aged 6 to 8? Number 2, what is the influence of gamified activities on the social and emotional development of primary school students aged 6 to 8, including aspects such as collaboration, communication skills, and self-regulation. 3, does gamification have an impact on the achievement of students in education? Number 4, does gamification have an effect on the cognitive level loads of students in education? And finally, number 5, what are the views of students on using gamification in education? All right, literature, as I'm pressing for time, the literature review integrates gamification element into non-game settings like classroom, enhances students' engagement, motivation, and learning outcomes. It also focuses on students aged 6 to 8 across the cognitive, social, and emotional and physical development. All right, I'm going to look at the benefits of gamification. One, it increases students' autonomy and engagement. It also promotes critical thinking, problem solving, and it also supports experiential, problem-based, and active learning. Sorry, I'm a bit hoarse. All right. Research design, a descriptive qualitative research design was employed to thoroughly explain the collected information. This approach enables the presentation of data in a clear and easily understandable manner while allowing for the clarification of any misconceptions. Population and sampling. The target population comprised of students, parents, and teachers. Questionnaires method was used to select and obtain information, and the age group ranged from 6 to 8. The instrumentations. So the participants, the study involved primary school students aged 6 to 8 and teacher from a selected school. The data collection, data were collected through interviews with students, teachers, and questionnaires to gather insight on their experiences with gamified activities. Observation in the classroom settings were also conducted to understand students' engagement and behavior during gamified tasks. Data analysis. General analysis was used to identify patterns, themes, and insights from the qualitative data collected through interviews, questionnaires, and observation. All right, I just looked at the data instruments. All right. So the data collection procedures, methods used, combination of questionnaire and one-on-one interviews to collect qualitative data. Questionnaires distributed to teacher and student via link included structured questions and open-ended questions. Interviews conducted with teachers and students allow participants to elaborate on questionnaires' responses. All right, I'm going to show findings, benefits of using gamified activities in the classroom. The results. All right, so the previous chart shows the distribution of responses among teachers, with 37% incorporating gamified activity even once per week, while 27% several times, and 9% rarely, and 27% daily. So the visualization provides insight into the varying frequencies at which gamified activities are incorporated or integrated into the lesson for young learners. All right, next chart. So the chart illustrates the distribution of responses among teachers regarding the benefit of incorporating gamified activities. Most commonly selected benefit includes it increased engagement and motivation. It also improved learning outcomes and greater retention of information. Recommendation: educators and policymakers should consider integrating gamified activities into the primary school curriculum for children aged 6 to 8 to enhance students' engagement, motivation, and overall development. One more, strategies to leveraging gamification to create engaging, inclusive, and effective learning experiences for primary school students aged 6 to 8 should be developed based on the research finding. All right, and I come to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We have now arrived at the last presentation. So, our last presenter of teacher education here at NCU. So, building on her dedication and lifelong learning, she achieved her bachelor's degree in education from Northern Caribbean University in 2023, graduating summa cum laude with a major in computer studies and a minor in social studies. So as I've mentioned, I work with Tashika. Let us listen to the presentation and it will be flashed.
Exploring the influence of artificial intelligence on the learning outcomes of grade 11 social studies students in a secondary school in rural Jamaica. Researchers Tashika Birch and Vency B. Alida, PhD. The rise of AI tools like ChatGPT has created apprehension among educators. However, AI can be a valuable tool for both teachers and students, offering benefits like personalized learning and efficient content creation. Burns 2024 highlights that while many educators initially expressed concerns about AI replacing traditional teaching roles, these tools ultimately serve as an assistance mechanisms that enhance learning by saving time and enabling customized content delivery. This study was conducted to examine how this AI platform influence students' learning. AI can support students' learning and inclusivity in many ways, but teachers' lack of knowledge may hinder its effective implementation into the classroom. The specific problem this research addresses is the impact of artificial intelligence on students' learning outcomes in a secondary school in rural Jamaica. It aims to understand how AI can address the existing educational challenges and contribute to improved learning outcomes of students. The purpose of this study explores ways in which AI can be effectively integrated into the curriculum to enhance students' academic achievements. Research questions. What are the perceived benefits of incorporating AI into the teaching and learning processes in social studies? How can AI be effectively integrated into the social studies curriculum and teaching practices to enhance the learning outcomes of students? Significance of the study. This research sheds light on how technology can be used to enhance learning outcomes of social studies students in a secondary school in rural Jamaica. By understanding how AI can be effectively integrated into the curriculum, educators and policymakers can develop innovative approaches to enhance the students' learning outcomes and improve the efficiency of classroom instructions and practices. Literature review. AI systems like ChatGPT has the potential to free educators from mundane tasks and revolutionize education. The widespread adoption of AI in education requires careful consideration of both potential benefits and drawbacks. Theoretical framework. Constructivism is a learning theory that is rooted in the idea that individuals actively construct their own knowledge through their interaction with the world. AI can play a pivotal role in facilitating the constructivist approach by providing personalized learning experiences and fostering critical thinking. And here we have our literature map, which shows the literature distributed on the influence of AI on students' learning outcomes. So we have the perceived benefits of incorporating AI strategies for integrating AI in social studies curriculum, and artificial intelligence in the Caribbean. The research design. A single qualitative approach was employed for this research. This method was focused on a single case, which is a group of 11th grade social studies students. This design is appropriate for exploring the complex and contextualized phenomena of AI's influence on learning outcomes. The study was conducted at a secondary school in rural Jamaica. The school provided a diverse learning environment where it has access to internet, computers, and smart boards. This indicates that there is a level of technological integration which made it ideal for exploring the influence of AI on students' learning outcomes, since it represents a typical learning institution in rural Jamaica. The school has an approximate population of 1,400 students, 80 teachers, and 3 administrators. The age group of the students are between 12 years and 20 years. The faculty ages ranges anywhere between 21 and 65 years. The research employed a purposive sampling technique for the study. According to Cresswell and Pott, 2018, this is a method of selecting participants based on their specific characteristics or experiences that are relevant to the research questions. The sample was homogeneous as the students were registered in a CSEC social studies class and have prior knowledge of AI. The teachers were CSEC social studies teachers who participated in the AI workshop for teachers. Sample size. 10 students, grade 11 social studies students enrolled in the selected secondary school, 2 teachers, social studies teachers who are currently using AI tools or have experience with AI integration in their classrooms. Data analysis. The data was collected and analyzed using a thematic analysis approach. This involves identifying and coding recurring themes and patterns within the data. The thematic analysis followed several stages, which include familiarization, coding, theme, review, and refinement. Ethical consideration. Informed consent. Participants were provided with a clear and comprehensive informed consent document outlining the purpose of the study, potential risks and benefits, their right to withdraw at any time, and confidentiality was observed. Informed consent was obtained from all participants, including students with parental or guardian consent, teachers, and administrators. Necessary permission was obtained from gatekeepers. Findings from research question 1, so we have enhanced access to information and efficiency. AI was seen as a valuable tool for quickly and easily accessing information, which is crucial in a broad subject like social studies. Participant number 1 mentioned that it provides a wider range of information, saving time compared to traditional research methods. Additionally, AI helps create diverse questions that encourage critical thinking and boost students' engagement. Personalized learning and support. Both students and the teachers highlighted AI's ability to personalize learning. Students appreciated the self-paced learning and individualized support AI provides, comparing it to having a second teacher. The teachers emphasized AI's capacity to recommend group activities and tailor tasks to diverse learning needs, which is particularly valuable in mixed ability classrooms. Engagement and interactivity. AI enhances engagement and interactivity in learning. Students found that AI can incorporate fun elements like quizzes and games, and even create songs to aid in retaining information. The teachers observed that AI fosters a more interactive classroom environment by suggesting cooperative learning activities. Critical thinking and problem solving. AI encourages critical or alternative answers to questions. The teachers also mentioned how AI-generated questions not only require students to recall facts, but also push them to elaborate and think critically, particularly during the elaboration phase of lessons. These AI-facilitated discussions and reflections can help students delve deeper into the subject matter, supporting the SBA process. The students and the teachers highlighted AI's utility in aiding with social studies SBA preparation. AI was found to be particularly helpful in assisting students with the formulation of research questions and topic selection. The teachers stated that AI is used to help students craft questions for their questionnaires, and the students benefited from the variety of questions AI generates, making the SBA process more efficient. Addressing challenges in understanding complex content. AI's ability to break down and simplify complex social studies content was another theme. Participant 4 mentioned that AI can analyze data for us and provide us with a quick summary, making it easier to grasp complex topics. The teachers also emphasized AI's role in helping students interpret case studies by rephrasing questions to ensure better understanding. However, both students and the teachers acknowledge that AI responses can sometimes be too advanced for their grade level, requiring further clarification. Professional development for teachers. For AI integration to be successful, professional development for teachers is crucial. The teachers noted that attending workshops and participating with and practicing with AI tools is necessary to improve their ability to integrate AI into lessons. Teachers need to double-check the information provided by AI and be specific in what they asked for to ensure students receive relevant and accurate content. More practical training sessions were suggested to help teachers discover and implement the full range of AI's capability in teaching social studies. Addressing AI challenges in the classroom. Despite the benefits, students and teachers pointed out several challenges with AI usage. Students mentioned that AI occasionally provide misleading or incorrect information when prompts are unclear. Participant 1 stated, if the prompts are not straightforward and clear, the content received can be very misleading. Additionally, the teachers noted that AI sometimes gives answers that are not appropriate for the students' grade level. The study found that AI enhances access to information, fosters personalized learning, increases engagement, and promotes critical thinking in the social studies classroom. These benefits align with the constructivist learning theory, which emphasizes active student engagement and personalized learning experiences. AI's adaptability allows it to address the unique learning needs of each student, providing tailored resources that contribute to deeper learning and critical engagement with content. This personalization, combined with the interactivity and efficiency that AI brings, transforms the learning environment into a more dynamic and participatory space. AI can be effectively integrated into social studies through its support for SBA preparation, the simplification of complex topics, and the professional development of students. AI's ability to make difficult content more accessible while also assisting in key student tasks such as research demonstrates its potential to enhance learning outcomes. Recommendation: improve AI integration for personalized learning. Schools should expand AI integration across the curriculum. AI's adaptability to individual learning styles and paces can benefit all students. Use AI to foster engagement. Teachers should utilize these tools to transform passive learning into an active and engaging experience by encouraging students to use AI to create projects, example songs or infographics that will improve their understanding and retention of complex concepts, promote critical thinking. Schools should train educators to utilize AI tools to create content that promotes higher order thinking skills like analysis, evaluation, and synthesis. This will allow students to reflect on the information that is provided to them by the AI tools rather than just regurgitating it. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening.
And now we have come to the end of this series of presentations. We can accommodate at least 1 or 2 questions. Mrs. Desiree Armsby, an instructor from the Department of Teacher Education, will lead us.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Students have given the opportunity to showcase their research. That's 3 undergrad students presented, and as well as 1 graduate student. This was very rich information, and the presentations were very good. We say thanks to all the presenters. And now the floor is going to be open for the persons to ask questions or make comments on what you have heard. While you're thinking, and you're coming up with a question or a comment, I would like to ask one question to one of the presenters. They will be able to say which one it is. Oh, I think Mrs. Bramwell. What would have made a difference in the males having a lower ethical result than the females? Mrs. Bramwell. The question, I'm repeating the question for her. What prevented the males from having a lower ethical result than the females? Yeah, you just repeat.
Thank you, Mrs. Armsey. I think you want to ask what caused the males to have a lower score than the females. To be honest with you, I don't know. That is why I recommended further study to find that out.
Thank you very much. That's it. All right, I think it is said that we should finish with the question and answering time now. If you have other questions, I was looking online to see if there were any, but I know that we are always going to have questions because research is always evolving and there's new information that comes from time to time. Thank you very much.
Okay, what a wonderful symposium. And now is the end. Before we'll finally end our symposium, we'll be hearing a vote of thanks and prayer by Nikayla Rowe, a BSc student, Department of Teacher Education, Northern Caribbean University. But before that, let me remind our online participants, please don't forget my announcement earlier that you need to email Vivian Quarry vivian.quarry@ncu.edu.jm for the e-certificates. And at this time, before Nikayla will finally say the vote of thanks, we want to present the certificates for our guest speakers, our keynote speakers, and guest speakers, and they will be flashed on screen. All right. And for everybody who are in attendance today, and for those online, you will be receiving an e-certificate. Just communicate with us. Okay? Thank you so much. So these are the certificates that we are giving to our speakers, the keynote speaker, Dr. Barbara Ambister, Dr. Candice Williams, and Pastor Michael Henry. Nikela?
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, faculty, staff, students, and all those who have joined us in person and online. It is my esteemed privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this momentous occasion. Today has been an enriching and enlightening experience, and it would not have been possible without the dedication and contributions of several individuals and teams. First and foremost, I extend our sincere gratitude to our keynote speaker, Dr. Barbara Ambrister, for her thought-provoking and insightful address on how to conduct ethical research. Your words have provided invaluable guidance and inspiration for all present. A heartfelt thank you to our guest speakers, Dr. Candice Williams and Pastor Michael St. G. Henry. We deeply appreciate the presence and the contributions of our first guest speaker, Ms. Marie Lucian Phillips, instructor in the Department of Teacher Education, and our second guest speaker, Miss Natasha Daly. A special thank you to our esteemed researchers and presenters for their valuable studies and findings. Your dedication to advancing knowledge is extremely commendable. Miss Belinda Thompson-Bramwell, Dr. Vivian White-Nicholas, Dr. Daniel R. Alida, Miss Farion Lee, Dr. Lewis, Miss Paulette Robinson, Miss Samantha Auld, and Miss Tashika Birch, and Dr. Vency Alida. Also, last but not least, Miss Desiree Ormsby. We extend our gratitude to Dr. Vency Alida, our moderator, for skillfully guiding today's discussions and ensuring a smooth flow of the event. A heartfelt appreciation goes out to our opening speakers, Dr. Mark Garland, Dr. Nicole Mazard, Dr. Jacqueline Hoshing Clark, Dr. Nanibala Paul, Dr. Paul Giles, Dr. Morton Frankson, and Dr. Alida. We recognize and express our sincere thanks to Miss Natalie Smith, Administrative Assistant to the Dean and Coordinator of the program, for her tireless efforts in ensuring the success of today's proceedings. Special mention and gratitude to Dr. Quarry and Miss Sophia Harty for efficiently handling the registration process. A warm thank you to our media personnel who ensured that today's proceedings were broadcasted seamlessly, capturing every critical moment with clarity and professionalism. Your work allowed us to reach a broader audience beyond these walls. We also extend our deepest appreciation to Ms. Smith, who meticulously coordinated the technical aspects of the event, ensuring smooth transitions and flawless presentations. Our gratitude also goes out to CCMPR for their excellent work in advertising and promoting the program, ensuring its wide reach and engagement. A final and very special thank you to Mrs. Bobette Coke and her team for preparing the venue and providing delicious refreshments. Your hard work behind these scenes has contributed significantly to the comfort and overall experience of today's event. To our esteemed audience, both here in the auditorium and those joining us online, thank you for your time, engagement, and participation. Your presence has made this event meaningful and impactful. As we conclude, let us carry forward the knowledge gained today with a commitment to ethical research, technological advancement, and holistic education. I am Nicaela Rowe, a student and the president of the College of Education and Leadership, and I leave with you this thought. Education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire. May we continue to pursue excellence in all our academic endeavors. Thank you, and may you all have a wonderful afternoon. Please stand as we have our closing prayer. Most righteous and eternal Father, we thank you for today. We thank you for sparing our lives to see another wonderful day, Father, where we could come together and gain more knowledge. Father, as we continue to share the knowledge that we have learned, please send your Holy Spirit to be with us. Help us to be better people, both academically and physically, also holistically. Father, continue to bless this department and all other departments in this school. Fill us with your love and forgive us of our sins. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Before the alma mater, I want to request everybody that we will go out for a picture taking. We will be going out, okay, for the picture taking after the alma mater. Thank you.